On the panel, are you getting the Come on up. Doesn't matter where you sit.
I do. Well, I've got the link, I think. Yeah. Perfect. That's great. Thank you.
Hi. Hang on, I've just forgotten I've left my notebook down here. I need to come get my notebook. Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is the difficult slot after lunch when everyone's filled themselves up with nice soup and sandwiches, and normally you'd go for a walk or have some coffee at least. Now, I haven't had coffee, but I hope others have managed to get some coffee, and I'll get some at some point. My name is Eleanor Shaw. I sit on one of the advisory groups, working closely with Open UK around themes relating to sustainability. I am a Professor of Entrepreneurship at Strathclyde Business School in Glasgow, which is a technical university. So for us, all things, as you can imagine, technology are of much excitement to us. So it's a delight to be here with you all this afternoon. We have 2 sessions in the entrepreneurship track this afternoon, so please feel free to join us for both of those if you would like to. My job is really, very loud when I go there, my job is really just to introduce the panel and try to keep us to time and to facilitate things as and when we can. As a researcher, for me, open means open data, and I appreciate that the open is much, much broader than that, but much of the work that I've been involved with over the past couple of years has been around providing open access to academic research. So it's not hidden behind a paywall, that actually we can release the research, the R&D that's happening within universities and make that freely available for all, and I think that's really important. And likewise, as a researcher, having freely available open access to data really helps myself and my colleagues pull together different data sets, combine them in different ways, and come up with some really interesting findings to knotty, gnarly problems that we otherwise would not be able to find solutions for. So one of the things that I'm involved with just now is the fairly recently launched Gender Index, and what that is doing is making freely available all sorts of data relating to the types of companies that are founded and led by women operating out of the UK. It might seem really odd that that data isn't freely available, but until the Gender Index was launched, that data was not freely available. So just to be able to have that means we can now start to have meaningful conversations with policymakers with the hope of evidence-based policy rather than policy that's developed on, because a politician thinks it's a good thing to do. Wouldn't it be nice to have policy actually developed and implemented because there is evidence supporting that that policy is actually going to have an impact? So that's one of the things that I'm very passionate about. Please allow me to do some very brief introductions. Matt is the co-pilot on this room. Matt is the founder of JetStack. Matt, I don't know if you want to say a few more words.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me today. Matt Barker. I grew up in Rochdale, North Manchester, which is the home of the co-op. I learned a lot about cooperative businesses, and it's also rains a lot in Rochdale, so no surprise I got into open source and then the cloud. I ended up joining a couple of open source businesses. I actually Amanda was my legal counsel when I was in sales, and I worked with her on a number of deals. I then worked early sort of employee at MongoDB in sales. I was there for a few years, back in their very early days, and I basically decided to take the plunge and start my own company off the back of the open sourcing of Kubernetes, and created a company called JetStack, which is a bootstrapped service company around Kubernetes and open source software, cloud native software. In the process, managed to have a little bit of a lucky break and create an open source project that became a de facto standard part of the Kubernetes deployment, which is Cert Manager, a way to manage TLS certificates in Kubernetes, which is now downloaded millions of times a day. Amanda wrote me in to help with becoming the Entrepreneur in Residence Open UK. I'm really passionate about helping new founders start companies and in the space, and try to help to encourage them, mentor them, hopefully make them big successes. And I'm really pleased to be part of today, and I'm going to be asking a few questions, because a lot of these topics I've struggled with myself. They've been really difficult parts of building and running a business, and I'm hoping that we'll learn a lot about how to today build a product.
Brilliant, thanks very much, Matt. That's super. And sitting next to Matt is Avi Press, who is founder and chief executive of Scarf. Welcome, Avi. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. So let's see. My background is in software development, and I have been working on a variety of open source tools, just for the companies where I was working at, just for fun, and found myself in a position where a lot of companies were using these tools that I was maintaining in my spare time. And I got very frustrated with kind of the lack of data that I as a maintainer had about how my tools are actually being used in practice. Like, what company is using these things? Are they actually using them? Is it really providing value to them? And that's really what got me started down this path of starting Scarf. And so today we work with companies or projects and companies that really want to have a better understanding of how their software is actually being used, the impact that it has. And so we work with a lot of companies that are kind of running into all of these sorts of problems of finding success, and actually finding success that is proportional to the value that they are creating in the wild.
Okay, thank you, Avi. Thanks, and welcome to the panel. And sitting next to Avi, we have Bram, who is chief exec of Baserow. Welcome. Would you like to say a few words of introduction?
Yeah, thank you, of course. So I'm Bram. I'm the CEO, founder of Baserow. So Baserow is an open source, no-code online database tool and an Airtable alternative. So my background is in software engineering. I started Baserow about 4 years ago, purely as a side project, because I love to have side projects. And it has kind of grown into a venture-backed startup. We're currently a team of 16 people. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, and welcome to the panel. And then sitting next, we have Sam Weaver, chief exec of Plural. Welcome, Sam, and if you'd like to say a few words of introduction.
Thanks, thanks for having me. So my background, also technology, computer science degree. I worked at IBM for a little bit, about 3 months actually, so not very long at all. And it was primarily working on mainframes. And I realized it was my first experience of a really closed source ecosystem, and I didn't enjoy it. So I left, I went to Red Hat, and I spent the next over a decade in open source. Joined Matt actually early at MongoDB and spent the next 7 years there building Atlas, which is the SaaS-hosted MongoDB database service. I was the head of product at a company called Uncork in New York City, spent 8 years living out in New York, and then a year ago, or a year and a half ago now, co-founded Plural. Plural aims to elevate DevOps teams out of the headache of running open source software in a self-hosted way. Production-ready stand-up of infrastructure on Kubernetes, all the monitoring, logging, user management, auth, etc., things that are tricky around deploying open source software. We're 14 people, we are venture-backed, and excited to be here and get into the conversation.
Lovely. Thanks very much, Sam. Thank you. So the way that this is going to work, we're going to have about 45 minutes or so, a little bit more if we choose to, of panel discussion and Q&A. We've got some support with the Q&A, Matt. We've got access.
We've got Beth here who's waving.
Great.
And it's quite dark out there, but I think John's around somewhere. Oh, there he is. So they'll be around with mics, and love to keep it interactive. So please feel free to ask questions at any point and get involved with the discussion.
Yeah, and if you want to join the questions at Slido, you can. And of course, you can upvote and things, and we'll keep attention to that and make sure that we address those burning issues that you have. After that, we're going to invite you to work together in conversations around your tables. And we might need to do a little bit of moving around at that point just to make sure we've got sufficient people on each of the tables. And we'll give you around maybe 30 minutes or so to have a conversation. We'll have some founders in discussing with you, and then after that we'll ask you to feedback for us what perhaps were the top issues that came up for you during your discussions. We've never done this before, so if we decide to change things up a little bit or the timings go in a slightly different direction, then that's fine too. So over to you, Matt.
Thanks
to start
very
us
much.
off.
Yeah. So let's kick it off. I remember the moment where I actually changed my LinkedIn profile to say that I was a founder of a company, and I was absolutely terrified. We've talked a little bit about the fact that you've all started companies and a little bit about what they do, but can you tell me a little bit about the trigger point for what made you actually decide to start a company? Aviv, do you want to kick us off?
Let's see. Yeah, I think that, let's see. So Scarf first started really just as a side project. So it was something that I was trying to start a business around, these other developer tools, and I was really struggling to do that, and kind of thinking very systemically about what the problems with that, what that was. And at the time, I decided to just do a lot of writing around this and talk to a lot of people around this. And over time, I really built a lot of conviction around, around kind of the ideas that Scarf turned into, about that, open source projects should really have better metrics around how their work is being used. And so for a while, Scarf really was just in kind of side project mode. Okay. But eventually, I was in a position where, maybe we can start actually, selling stuff that was kind of on the platform. And right around the time where a company wanted to actually purchase something, and this was back when Scarf was a completely different product. We had since pivoted, but around the time where we needed to actually funnel money from one place to another, we should probably incorporate. If I'm incorporating, maybe I should just kind of really, really lean into this. But I kept it very stealthy for a while, and then kind of once I started to build a network in the venture capital space and someone was offering the first check, that was when I really decided I needed to super lean into it and really be public about the fact that I was starting a business.
So you say it started as a side project.
Yeah.
Bram, did your company start as a side project?
Yeah, definitely.
It did? Okay.
It started as a side project, yeah. So it was when I learned about Airtable for the first time, which is an amazing tool, especially if you have like a software engineering background. You immediately see the potential of a tool like that. And then I saw a lot of chatter in communities like Hacker News or Indie Hackers, and people were all saying like, hey, we need an open source or self-hosted alternative to Airtable because I want to host my data myself instead of on their servers. So there was no grand plan or anything. I just thought, cool, that's going to be my side project. So I worked on it for like a year, and I had a lot of public pages and was very transparent about what I was doing. And I launched the first version, saw a lot of traction happening, and that's when I decided, hey, I want to put some more time in this project.
Were you actually in a full-time job when you were doing it?
Yeah, I was working.
So you managed that on the side, okay.
So that's why it took a year, and yeah, contrary to most startups, it's I put a lot of time in writing high quality code because that's what I like to do. So it took like a year. I worked on it in the evenings and the weekends. It took like a year to launch the first version. And when you see the traction happening, people are getting excited. You get on the first page on Hacker News. That's a nice moment to say, okay, I'm gonna invest some more time in this.
And tell me honestly, did you game the system so you could get on the first page of Hacker News, or was it completely by chance?
No, I think it was like a Saturday evening, and I was, or I'm not sure when it was. I was already laying in bed, and I was like, wow, I see a lot of signups coming in the hosted version that we have. So I opened analytics, and I saw Hacker News as a source. So I thought, okay, what's happening? So someone else actually posted it, and then I think we had like 1,000 or 1,500 signups in a couple of days, compared to like 4 per day. So that was a lot.
It's an amazing feeling when that happens. And Sam, how about yourself?
Yeah, a little bit different for me, actually. So I didn't build the Plural technology. My co-founder, Michael, did. And he's, so his background is Facebook, Amazon, Twitter, career sort of FANG engineer. And he'd been solving the same problems at each company. I think at Facebook, he'd got a little bored and a little disillusioned with what the work was there. And so in his spare time, side project, had started building what is now Plural. For me, actually, I'd always sort of trended towards startup. I knew eventually I was going to start something. Wasn't quite sure what that was going to be yet. And it felt like you could get to a point where you just kept kicking that can down the road until you never got to it. And so I thought, well, what better time than now? I was the head of product at Uncork at the time, and we'd scaled from, I was employee number 10 coming in, and we'd scaled up to 800 people in about 3 years. So it was pretty aggressive growth. Uncork is a no-code platform. And what I realized at 800 was I like building things. And at 800, I'm not building, I'm kind of the politician, you know? And so I wanted to get back into smaller stuff. I also had a pretty generous share package that I wanted to see out at Uncork. And so what I thought would be a good way of sort of getting back to building in my spare time was being an advisor for venture capital. Okay. And so portfolio companies for VCs would come and get advice from me. And actually, that's how I met my co-founder and took the leap. It was a year and a half ago.
Okay. So obviously the one consistent thing about all three of you is that all of your companies are based on open source software. You obviously had the choice not to base it on open source software. What is it about open source software that helped you to create your businesses? Does someone want to pick it up? Bram, maybe? Go ahead.
For us, it was really like a business decision at some point. Kind of, if you want to compete with Airtable and they're like 8 years ahead in terms of features, you're never going to be able to catch up. So it was kind of, you see people in the community asking for it. And then at some point you also realize, okay, but there's a whole different market segment that you can reach. In our case, that Airtable cannot reach. It's more like the enterprise market. They're much more confident in using open source software because if they spend a lot of time on implementing something and our product or our company cease to exist or we get acquired or whatever happens, then they still have the source code so they can still continue with it. So for us it was like a business decision, I would say, to build an open source product.
It was a business decision, and it sounds like it was to try and shortcut the amount of time it was going to take you to get productive. Is that kind of what it was, or?
No, yeah, I guess it's different. A different target audience can use the product because they want to self-host, because they have strict IT requirements. They cannot store the data on the servers of Airtable.
So it was it was almost like a competitive move against the pre-existing incumbents?
Yeah, I guess you could see it that way. It's you just can sell or to a different target audience, I would say.
Interesting. And Sam?
Yeah. So ours was sort of by necessity. We orchestrate and deploy open source software. Think of infrastructure like queues, databases. Actually, probably even your product would be a fit, but it's effectively a marketplace. Any open source software that you want to deploy and add to the store, you can. And so if we're doing that with open source software, we kind of need to be open source ourselves. It kind of goes without saying. I think beyond that, though, the ability for us to land into mature places earlier and easier than if we're a closed source ecosystem there's a greater chance of it. It's easier to turn up and say, hey, we're open source. We've got a couple of thousand stars. People are contributing. You can see the source code. You can run scans on the source code. We don't have to walk you through exactly how we're doing the things. You can see for yourself. The chances of people adopting us actually get higher with that model.
So am I right in thinking that you almost view it as a really good distribution?
Correct.
In some ways. And
Yep.
Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. And I think there's a lot of cases where there's really just no other option. Like, so for Scarf, the very first thing that I built that actually took off was an NPM library, and it was for specifically analytics for NPM packages, and there's no way to not have it be open source. And so we've had an approach of just open sourcing pretty much everything that makes sense to, which is not 100% of what we've built by any stretch. But one way that I've thought about this before is, if you're trying to make that call of should we open source versus not, one question I like to ask is, well, what would you do if someone else came out with the open source version of what you were building, and how would that impact your business? And I think for most of the things that we built, that would not be a tolerable outcome, and so we must open source stuff because that's really like the culture of the kinds of people that we help, and so it really, I think, both from a product market fit standpoint, from a marketing standpoint, from a distribution standpoint, there's just a mounting number of reasons why that made sense for us.
Yeah. There's a couple of large implications, I think, in what you're saying there around competing and competition using your open source software. But just to hand over to you, Bram, were you thinking about the implications of using open source and maybe what might be proprietary, what might not be, and the impact perhaps of the license as well? Could you talk a little bit about what your ideas were off the back of a successful open source project, and then now when you start to think about commercializing it?
Yeah, no, for sure. So we launched our enterprise offering a couple of months ago, but we had like a clear path, or at some point we had like a clear path of what kind of business model we want to have. So like 85% of the source code of Baseflow is MIT licensed, it's open source, and because we expect that a lot of users are going to self-host, you need to be able to monetize that self-hosted version. So we came up with like a premium version which has additional features, and we have like an enterprise version with additional features more focused at larger organizations with features like single sign-on, role-based access control, audit log, things like that. So we have like a per user per month price basically, where they need to get like a license from us, pay that, install that license in their self-hosted version to unlock those features. But yeah, we do make the source code public, right? So the premium and the enterprise source code, it's all publicly visible, but it has a proprietary software license. Some people would say it's a risk to like show all the source code because people could easily hack it, right? You could, maybe I should not say it in public, but you can easily change a couple of lines of code and use the enterprise version for free. But those people who do that, they would not pay for it anyway, or they might want to try it out without finding a legal route for that.
We are actually being live streamed here, so.
I know.
Bro, how did you decide which features to include in the enterprise version versus the premium? And obviously it's only 3 months, so I guess what are you learning from the landing of those features at this point?
Yeah, and so we have like 2 paid offerings. So we have like a premium offering that we launched about 8 or 9 months ago, and like the enterprise offering like 3 months ago or so. And so it's always difficult to figure out which features are you going to make paid, because if you're building, if you make it open source and you launch it under like an MIT license, you cannot move it to the enterprise version. So you really need to think about it well and basically be on the safe side, like launch it paid and then make it free after, if that makes sense. But you kind of, yeah, as I said, if you want to focus on large organizations, you figure out what kind of features do they need. So you think about that, but you also think about the complexity and the size of the feature. Like, if you compare it to Airtable, for example, they have like some tiny features. Like if you fill out a form and you want to redirect the user to another page, it's a paid feature. For us, it doesn't make sense to make that paid because it's really simple to build it as a plugin or to add it to the code. So we focus on like the bigger features, like a Kanban view, for example, to make that paid, and the smaller things are free because people can easily replicate that via plugin. But yeah, it's difficult. Like we had some questions in our community about making a specific role in the role-based access control, make that free. But it's a small change, but it's still, it still depends on who you're going to sell to, on whether or not you want to make that free or paid, and you cannot reverse the decision. Exactly. So you need to think about it really well.
Sam, how do you think about the difference between what's open source and what's paid for in your product?
Yeah, so actually you can do it. It's been done famously badly. You can make a backtrack on it. Elastic did it with the Elastic license. MongoDB did it with the SSPL, and then they reverted it. It generally is not good good thing to do with the community. You get a lot of pushback, but I think if you can manage it. For us, the thing was a choice between did we want to monetize as quickly as possible, or did we want fast product development to get us to a point where we had sort of what we would consider a really strong MVP that we knew people wanted. So we wanted the latter, actually. We didn't start with, a hugely popular open source project. We started with a side project. We knew that it had use, but we weren't quite sure what value levers we needed to pull to extract sort of like maximum monetization out of it. And so what we said we would do, let's open source everything. And we put out in the wild from day zero everything we had out there. And we said, we're just going to see how people are using this product. We're going to take the feedback that we get. It's going to be ungated, right? Nobody's going to need to pay us to use a certain feature, which means that like only a small amount of people are going to use it and we don't get feedback on it. We're going to get feedback across this whole product. We're going to see where people use it, where they don't use it, where we can make it better. And from that, what we started to see was emerging patterns around people that were, as I said, we let people deploy applications. We didn't want to put a gate in the number of applications because there was no consistent pattern that said like, person who installed 50 applications got any more value than somebody who installed 5. It could be 5 really high-profile applications, right? Or 50 like tiny ones. But what we saw was when you start adding users, more users, and those users start having roles and permissions, and it looks like you're working in teams and you're collaborating on stuff, well, that would indicate you're a business abstracting business value out of our product. And so that was how we started to then think about, actually, you know what? Everybody should have as many applications as they want. But when you get to the point of separating by roles and permissions, that's when we're going to start charging you. So we've just put that in place. Actually, that product release, we call that our self-service tier. You sign up with a credit card on it. That drops on Friday. But we've had an air quotes enterprise release for a while, and that encompasses things like encryption at rest and Active Directory sync, all the things you would need as a larger organization to use a product. This was something we had learned, I guess, I mentioned I was at MongoDB for 7 years building product there. It was something we had learned at Mongo. Our biggest competitor was our own open source product. We couldn't monetize our open source product because people didn't need us when we were just a database, and it was all the things around it that they needed. They needed the tools to manage the database. They needed user management. They needed tools to be able to see what their data was in there. And so those were the things we started to build and say that's what you would pay for. But the core product itself, the database, was always going to be free. And so it's kind of just the MongoDB playbook, I suppose, yeah.
Can I turn the conversation in a slightly different direction? So we're moving, if you like, from project to product. You've spoken about business models. So I'm interested in that move from designing to leading and then growing a company and employing people, and how you found all of that, because it's, to me, it's quite a different skill set. Mm-hmm. I see you smiling and laughing.
Yeah, it's a really big adjustment for sure. Yeah. I mean, I was someone that would write code every waking minute of the day, and now I don't write so much code these days. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, it's definitely flexing a very different muscle. But I've personally always had a mentality of just really wanting to just ship stuff quickly and talk to people and just figure out kind of the most impactful things I can do with that. And so even for probably longer than the advice I was getting, I was still writing code because that was the fastest way that I could make good on some user request that I was getting. But over time, that just naturally builds up to more and more things, and you just can't do it by yourself. And so, I think I've always had just like a very customer or user focus on this, and just try to do the most impactful thing I can. And as that became more than I could do, well, I got to hire people. Well, I have to raise more money, or whatever that happens to look like. And so that's something that has even lasted until now. Like really, the way that I think about like, well, what should I do today is really, well, like what would be the most impactful use of the time after whatever fires have to be put out when you wake up. Yeah.
Thank you. Bram, how about you?
Yeah, it's very relatable. My background is also in software engineering, so I spent a lot of time on writing code, building the product, and as like the lead developer in your own team, you kind of know all the code, you know where everything is. So after I raised like the first investment round, you're kind of slowly starting to write less code every day and focus more on like the business and hiring people. So yeah, I guess the turning point was really when I raised some investment. Got some more developers on board who would help me, and I was very involved with the developers, like making sure that they know the ins and outs of the code base so that you can leave it in capable hands. But yeah, it's slowly getting less development, which is different.
Yeah, okay. Sam, how about you?
Well, yeah, I mean, as a product person, so I wasn't writing code, but as a product person, my natural instinct is to be in the product all day, every day, and really understand the rough edges. And I think the flip for CEO or founder is, you got to rise above the minutia, and it's hard. Everybody falls into minutia. You got to rise above it and look at what is the macro, competitive market look like? What's the funding market look like? Where do we want to be in 6 months' time, 12 months' time? What do I need to do to get us there? And so it's a very different way of thinking. For us, when we had gone to raise our investment round, so we're venture-backed out of the US. We've raised $7 million as a seed company. And our sort of plan was to raise that very early. I mean, I had joined the company, me and Michael had founded it for a month before we went and raised.
Yeah,
and so there's two of three things need to be true to go and raise. Team, high quality team, vision, and or a lot of traction. Mm-hmm. And so we were a month in, we didn't have the traction. We had team and vision. And so I think between my background, Michael's background, and the thing that we were tackling, we're able to go raise. But you can do that with an open source project that is already flying off the shelves. You've got traction. So now do you have a vision around that thing and where it goes, or do you build a team around that thing? And if you've got all three, I mean, you're looking at a great investment round. So those are the sort of like three things that I had considered. Also hadn't considered in my mind was just, it felt like the thing to get done was do the investment round to build the team. And when you see the money hit the bank account, there's now suddenly an overwhelming sense of dread that you actually have to, you got to go deliver on this, right? Somebody's given you a check for $7 million. You got to do something with it. And so having a very clear plan of where we were going to spend that money and what milestones we wanted to do to hit the next round of money. And so that's what we've been executing on, is just focus on building a great team, never sort of like veering from our vision unless there was a strong signal to show that there was an entry for a product in some place we hadn't yet thought of. And that is the least pressure you're ever going to have, is that first check, because it just gets harder and harder to hit the milestones you need to get further funding.
I mean, I've worked with many, many early stage founders, and very rarely have I heard that raising that first amount of money was the easy part. So that's interesting to hear.
Yeah.
But did you guys find that as well? Did you find that? Yeah.
I guess raising the money, it's a lot of, if you have like some traction with your open source product and you have a vision on commercializing it, a lot of investors want to invest. At least that's what I experienced. So that was the easy part, I would say.
And Navi as well?
I mean, not that there isn't, an overwhelming sense of like accomplishment and relief. Like, it's a big milestone for sure, but raising the first amount of money is much more storytelling than it is like getting into numbers and like looking at a lot more hard realities of the business. And so, the farther you go, the more transactional it gets, and in a lot of ways, the harder it will get. But I think, I think oh wow, there's money in here suddenly, like it's go time, is there's definitely an amount of existential dread that can come with that, certainly.
Okay. Should we see if anybody wants to ask any questions? It's difficult for us to see up here because the lights are shining on us and you're quite dark, but thank you, that's great. There we go, there's a question there.
Hey guys. So would you say that open source is really a distribution strategy for you? Because the way that, I hear all three of you talking, like, and for Mongo, this was, I think they just came out and said it, open source was a distribution strategy, but it doesn't sound like you're getting, are you getting that much community involvement in actually collaboration for developing it? Or so what, if it's not a distribution strategy, what else does open source bring to you?
Who wants to take it?
Why don't each of you take it?
I'll give you my perspective. So in my view is there isn't a world whereby open source isn't the dominant sort of way for people to build software, and not based on distribution, but just based on the fact it's a better way to build software. So if that's my universal truth, like I personally would not buy or use proprietary software for a lot of things. There's the odd exception where I can't get as good an open source version, but I'm always looking and scouting for that. And so, do I have an iPhone? Yes, I do have an iPhone, yes. There's, as I said, there's some exceptions where I'm not happy with the alternatives. But I feel like for me, the distribution strategy is more on, it's more a way to get traction. Yes, you can get traction out of an open source project faster than you can out of a commercial project. But I actually think the method of building the software is better, and so that's why we prefer to be open source.
Ram?
Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree, especially on like the quality of the code itself. If you make it open source, you often make it modular as well, for example, which improves like the code quality. But yeah, it's a way of distributing your product, of course, but it also makes it more accessible to other people. So, yeah.
I'd also add that it is a way of ensuring that what you build is going to stick around, I think, for a lot longer. You know, I think the things that, if your goal is to have a lasting impact and to have a lot of longevity, I think an open source strategy is going to be a much better recipe to actually deliver on that. And you know, I think Scarf's kind of a different example in a little bit, because we actually are largely working with open source projects, and so there's really no alternative for us, rather, to really buy full into that methodology. But yes, I do think it is both a distribution channel that is, you know, a very robust one, but it's also just like a whole cultural and methodology of to just how you run your business as well, that I think can provide a lot of value.
Thank you, Abby. I think we have another question, gentleman in the middle here.
So I'm quite new to open source, but I'm just very aware that it aligns with a lot of my values. So I guess, Abby, you mentioned something about culture, and I guess a reason for using open source. And I'm just wondering if you guys could expand on that, and maybe like kind of what values come with it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say one is, you know, building very authentic trust with the people who you are building for. I think, you know, ease of use and being, you know, consistent with the values that you have, just being very upfront about being very clear about what they are, being upfront about what they are. And, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean never changing them, but being very, you know, open with your community about what that is. I guess really just like openness broadly. I think that building that kind of relationship with the people who you are servicing in any kind of way is just one that is built to last.
Yeah, and I guess it's also like a guarantee for your promises. You're kind of promising things as a company, and because you give them the code, you give them you give them the product basically, so they could always use it and by themselves. Even if you don't hold up onto your promises, it's still there, right? So it's a level of trust, I would say.
I want to add something after.
Just add to that, so the consumers that the consumers I'm thinking about are probably not coders in any way. They are farmers, which might be as far away from coders as you can get. And building that trust in technology is a challenge. And it sounds really good what you're saying. I'm just wondering if your consumers are not deeply technical themselves. Just another angle, I guess.
Okay, yeah, that's an interesting question. So if you've got it out there, but you're engaging with a community that doesn't have the skills, the knowledge, the experience, how do you overcome that?
I think that's an interesting way. So I'll answer it in two ways. One is like, so I've worked a lot with people like John Deere in farming, and they're very progressive actually in technology. And a lot of farmer tech is coming out that enables farmers to get better yields for their crops, etc. And so I think generally, if you're talking to a group of people that are not technically oriented, it's around what is the benefits for them. I don't know if open source necessarily is a direct benefit for them, but I think building the ecosystem that is based around open source is a benefit for them. And that is, there are other people in the ecosystem who are technical, who understand the problem set, who want to extend the great software that you're building and can do so without needing to really be held back by your product development or your roadmap, et cetera. They can do that themselves. And that adds a lot of value to the end product and to the end user.
Yeah.
I think another thing that I'd point out with kind of thinking about like, what is the benefit of open sourcing this or not, I'm not someone that will say you should open source everything all the time. There's a lot of great reasons to not open source something. But if you're really committed to solving the problem, I think that open source kind of forces you into have a non-zero sum mentality about the problem that you're solving. If, for instance, if I start to see GitHub and these big companies start to give more analytics to maintainers, I would love to see that. It would give more competition to Scarf, but that would be much better for the open source community, and I'm kind of trying to align myself where if the open source community is doing well, then Scarf will do well. And I think that if you're really committed to that kind of thinking about the problem that you're solving, it will naturally shift you towards a more open source kind of mindset on what you're doing. But if you are not building for a technical audience that can take advantage of like the code nature of that, then that it could be a good reason to maybe not open source something as well. It depends.
Just a caveat, or actually for someone who's maybe looking at starting a company using open source in the farming industry, we've heard from Sam, John Deere, quite ahead of the curve. What would stop someone like John Deere taking the great work that he does in open source and then maybe reusing it or creating their own product set, to your point around maybe deciding to close it or add features or maybe forking it? Is there something that this gentleman can think about to maybe protect his interests down the line if it was a knockout success and all of a sudden some farming giant comes along and takes the open source code and tries to do something with it themselves?
Yeah. I mean, it's always a risk in open source for sure. And we saw this at MongoDB. Matt and I were chatting about it earlier. Was plenty of people created MongoDB spin-offs, and but there's a couple of things. One, licenses. Work with a great open source lawyer who's going to put the right license on the product for you. Two is you're the one with a vision, and three, really is the risk for our code is all out there. Even our enterprise pieces is out there. And the bet we're making is, doesn't matter who has our code, they got to execute on it. And we've got to execute on building the business ourselves. But we built that platform, we have our vision, and we know our roadmap to execution. We're already ahead of anybody else that's going to take that code and run with it. So I think in that sense, it's better. If there's people out there, to your point, doing what you're doing, it's validation that what you're doing is the right thing. If they want your thing, it's the right thing. And there's things you can do to sort of protect yourselves, but just focus on executing. I think that's the biggest thing.
Okay, any other questions from the floor? Okay, another one over here.
Thank you. I think you've all talked a little bit about bringing users into your open source projects. How do you all think about bringing new contributors in? So I think that's kind of the interesting other side of that flywheel, right? When your software is open source, other people can come in and create an issue and say, like, this thing bothers me. CEO, go and fix this. But a lot of people actually follow that up with a pull request, right? And they've fixed the issue because later that night they figured, why don't I just fix it and I'll make this thing better for everyone? So how have you all kind of thought about your developer ecosystem around your projects, external contributors, how you nurture that and how that fits into your kind of business strategy?
Yeah, I could answer this one. For us, contributions are always welcome, of course, and it seems like, hey, people are doing a lot of free work, but for us, it's always, it's a lot of work that needs to be reviewed by the internal development team. Sometimes there's a lot of back and forth, and then people like stop contributing basically before finishing the feature. So in the way how we look at things, sometimes it costs more work to get a feature in, and we have a specific roadmap as well. Like if we make a planning for the next 4 weeks and specific developers are going to work on specific features, and then someone contributes something big or small, it needs to be reviewed, so you need to allocate time for that as well. And yeah, sometimes it's not up to standards, so what we typically see is that users who are very frequently using the product, who have forked the repository, made changes, made plugins, they can provide high quality pull or merge requests. Those are very welcome, but you also see people who just want to contribute a bit, and it's much appreciated, but that sometimes costs much more work than implementing it ourselves, and it makes us spend less time on building our own roadmap. So it's a bit mixed, I would say.
I think it's a fine balance. Obviously, we love it. We love when people contribute to the product. It shows that they care enough about it that they want to extend it. I think there's a fine line between, nobody likes coming into a community of anything and somebody tells them they're an idiot or what they've done is crap or anything like that. And so we do see people that are just beginning their coding journey and that they want to join in on something that they're passionate about. They put a pull request in, maybe it's not up to standard. We try and find the right balance of educating them, helping them get to the place where it is a good pull request, and hopefully enabling them to do more contributions and or just be a better citizen in the open source community. So we also get a lot of high quality stuff. I mean, people that are really, really accomplished engineers are putting stuff in, which is awesome. I think in terms of nurturing it, I mean, we find actually, obviously developers like to find their own software. They don't like being marketed at, they don't like being prescribed things. And so what we like to do is just put thought pieces out. Here's how we think about running things at scale on Kubernetes. And that engagement, those thought pieces we put out there are the things that drive people to the code base to check it out and then hopefully contribute.
Can I ask, is that also a source of you identifying talent that you want to come and work with you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've actually hired 2 people that were contributors for us.
So that's another fantastic way. So it's not just that distribution network, but it is that community and talent spotting and all of these other things. Yeah. Okay.
I've actually got a follow-up question to that, because one thing that I've found is that obviously we've done a lot to nurture the cert manager community, and it's just by product of being a good community steward, being welcoming, opening. A lot of hard work to get the cert manager project to the point where it creates a lot of value. Then what we started to see is third-party companies, so the likes of Red Hat, Google, Cloudflare, VMware, all now starting to contribute to our project. So it does happen. It's just keep chipping away, I'd say. Keep focusing on providing value with the project and just being open, embracing of the community, and be a good community steward. One thing I'd quite like to ask the panelists is, you end up in some ways with 2 split brain, with a team of people focusing on the open source that you might not be harvesting value directly from, and then maybe another team that's got to think very carefully about how to monetize that code, perhaps with proprietary features and functionality. Do you split those developers so that they're working on both the open source code and the commercial code, or do you actually have the same developer who's doing both? Because sometimes there can be a little bit of conflict of interest in some ways.
Yeah.
Bram, do you want to?
Yeah, for us, we mainly work with full stack developers, and sometimes they work on proprietary features, sometimes they work on open source features. Often when they work on a proprietary feature, there's also a lot of changes in the open source side of things. So it's very, very mixed. We try to have a healthy balance of releasing open source features and proprietary features every month. But especially in the beginning, it was only open source, and later on, when we were building our enterprise offering, it was a little bit more enterprise, but we typically want to find the right balance.
Okay, so engineers are doing both?
Yes, they're doing both.
And is that the same from what you've seen?
Yeah, so we have it both as well. We tend to think about it more like, we are building a product, and the software for that product, a lot of it is open source, and kind of it falls out a lot more naturally. And there's obviously kind of front end, back end kind of splits as well, but I tend to try to think about it less in terms of having these kind of butting heads between these 2 sides, and more trying to solve a problem. The software for what you are building can be open source to whatever degree, and however that falls out with your priorities is how it falls out.
Anything to add, Sam, or shall we?
Totally agree.
Thanks. I think there's a question at the back there.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. I'm curious to think about what is the end game for like open source projects. Of course, if you have, I've heard earlier, you have investors and whatnot. Is the end game, is it being bought out and then hoping that buyer doesn't make it private and license it and so forth? Or is it just riding it and seeing just hopefully not getting bought out and hopefully keeping it open source for the end game?
Yeah, is that directed at me or any of us? I think from my perspective, so I mean, we believe there's a huge opportunity out there to become the open source standard. There's no standard that exists today around deploying so like complex distributed systems that's open source infrastructure. There's package managers for it. There's Kubernetes are used in some places, but there's no like very clear .deploy type file that somebody can run and you get yourself spun up with all the things you need to be production ready on the get-go, right? And so like that's the problem we're solving for. The question would be, could we solve that problem faster or slower with venture money? And so like if we did not go and raise venture money, I don't think we could tackle that problem. We, one, have to establish a bit of a market, and two, we would need to bootstrap the company, find revenue, and get to the point where we could grow a team to really make the impact on the product that we needed to. And so from our perspective, it's like we need to raise venture money to be able to accelerate the development of it. Hopefully the venture capitalists see the same opportunity that we see. And so from our perspective, it's like we want to be a lasting standard. We're not trying to be acquired. If we end up going IPO, that would be great, but those are all outcomes of just a successful product, and we're focused on building a successful product.
Okay, any other views?
I can take it. Yeah. So yeah, I think about it also kind of in terms of the problem and outcome that I'm trying to enact. And so for me and for Scarf, I want to see more companies like yours be very successful and not have to do things like shift a license around just so you can kind of start to do more value capture, but rather to see companies actually build a lot of value, deliver a lot of value, and be successful as a result. So I also thought of it as, okay, well, how do we do that? And then work backwards. And so for us, that was also kind of the venture track because, because we have very substantial infrastructure requirements to be able to, for instance, serve packages and containers around the world very quickly, in production settings. Like it's very capital intensive and kind of required us to do these kinds of things like raise money. But I think, yeah, in general, when I'm working on pretty much anything, trying to be much more about the problem that I'm trying to solve and seeing the impact that solution might have.
Another question from this gentleman here and then this lady here.
Yeah, so, great, we have another microphone. So I just want to push you guys a little bit on this because, I'm a founder and let's be honest, I want to sell the company. Like I'm 52, I have 10 more years, right, in the business. At the end of the 10 years, I'm going to have to sell this sucker, right, and monetize. And your venture capital investors, they want their money back faster than probably I do because, I'm an individual. So, you have to be honest. The goal of the business is to make money, to achieve a high growth rate, and to have an exit strategy for investors, whether that's IPO or sale. So the answer to the question is, yes, they have to sell this company at some point and get those investors their money back. That's part of the deal you sign. But the question that he raised is really a valid one, and it has to be answered by founders. And that question is what happens to the software after you get bought? And what we've done at Glue is we've taken the software and we have moved the software, opened the governance of the software by moving it to the Linux Foundation, where it's now governed by a steering committee of which Glue leads. and still is influential. However, I didn't spend the last 14 years of my life building an open source company to see some Oracle buy it and decide they were not going to publish any more fixes and it's just going to stay fixed in time, which basically means dead. So the question that I would pose to you guys is, yes, benevolent dictatorship makes sense, especially when you own the trademark and you have the, you want to lead the product and have control of the product. But what really is the governance strategy for you to make sure this is always going to be open source?
Okay.
Well, I mean, I can talk from my standpoint because I've actually been through that myself. JetStack was acquired 3 years ago, and the code that we had was under an Apache 2.0 license, and we were acquired along with the project. And my standpoint on this was that I had a choice as the steward, in some ways, of that project that was connected to the company behind it, which is JetStack, and that was who I sold to. So I know that not everyone gets that opportunity, but I effectively sold to someone who held the same strategic vision as me, and I felt like by going to that company, we could join our companies together, and I know as cheesy as it sounds, but 2 + 2 = more than 4. And what ended up happening is the code got transferred, and there was very, very intense conversation about what we did with the license going forward, and we came to the joint decision that we would actually donate it to the CNCF. So that's actually what ended up happening to our project, is we ended up jointly deciding to donate it to the CNCF. So I would say that as much as you're saying, you don't want some Oracle buying it, I mean, in a lot of cases, well, in my case at least, it ended up being a product of like the decision to move into that knowingly and working with a partner that we felt like we could become joint stewards of the project going forward.
Okay, any other views, guys?
I mean, I think Matt's answer was a great answer. I think from my perspective, just to push back on your pushback a little bit, is Steve Jobs didn't build Apple to IPO, right? He built it to transform the world, design, and all those things around it, and technology. And so I'm not thinking about an exit event. I haven't even considered your question before because I'm so focused on building a lasting company around what we're trying to do that it's not something I had thought about. I think Matt has been through it. It's a great answer. Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay, thank you.
I've seen the other side too.
Yeah.
That's a great outcome you had,
Yeah.
but I've seen the other side. I've seen Red Hat acquire stuff and end of life it. I've seen companies who decide that they go open source, like ForgeRock, or open source went out the window. So there are good results, but there are also bad results.
It's tough.
Yeah.
That's true.
The only thing I would add to that is, these things do happen within the open source community, but they happen in pharma, they happen in biotech. Yeah, I can't think of any sector where things like that don't happen, where larger organizations deliberately want to buy something because they want to close it down. Not always because they want to acquire it, because they actually want to close it down because it's a nuisance or they see it as a threat. So I don't think that's what you're talking about is unique to open. I think it can happen across. I can't think of any sector I've worked with where that type of behavior doesn't exist.
I think in your particular case as well, you're potentially opposed there because it's like you're building the company to exit within the next 10 years, but at the same time you have criteria on your exit, right? It's like, well, I want to exit in a way that the project can still survive and so on. And so either you go full force into saying well, I exited, I got my share and whatever happens to the project. Or you say, I really care about the project and maybe I can't take the first exit opportunity and I'm going to wait and shop around and do what Matt did and find the right partner for me to take it forward.
I've got to say, in my case, it might have been much harder. I mean, I bootstrapped, so it was only me and my business partner that held the decision. If I was under the cosh of some really hardcore investor or VC who was looking to maximize their return, would I have been able to hold up to the pressure of that? I don't know. Mm-hmm. And maybe in some ways, to me, it's actually a lot of the projects that do end up getting their license changed or something maybe not quite happening to it, that the community wouldn't want to see in the future. It's partly because I believe it's because of financial pressure. Maybe a founder took a raise too early at too high a valuation. They maybe don't quite get the customers in and the ARR as much as they were hoping to. At that point, you've got one really vocal, strong investor who's we need to get a return on this. We're changing the code, we're changing the license, or we're going to sell to Oracle. to make our money back. And that's what I feel can and happen. And I guess as from my standpoint, I took the decision very early on that I was going to think carefully about where what the future was, and I was going to do everything I could to try and avoid that from happening. But that was my individual case. But I do recognize there are going to be people in slightly different situations and scenarios, depending on what happens in their business and how it ends up landing with particular customers or the market, or whether the economy changes. I mean, that's another big thing that can affect it as well.
Yeah. Any other questions? Oh, sorry, this lady here did want to ask a question. I'm sorry.
So we're at 2:05 as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my question for you is, what's the one thing that you feel helped you get initial traction? So building a community or usage?
For me, it was being very, very transparent about everything, like putting up pages, putting up roadmaps on your website, being really transparent about what you're doing, what you're building. And that kind of naturally took off. Like other people were posting about Baserow in certain communities, and that generated a lot of traction for me. I think if I would have been much closer or much closed compared to what I did, I might not have gotten that traction, because people see that you are on a certain path with a certain vision, and they believe in it, and they want to promote that for you as well. So for me, it was being very, very transparent.
Completely out of luck. I'm half joking, but I personally believe it's a large part to do with timing. This is my own personal opinion on it, because like I'd seen the sort of the big movements of Linux, and then public cloud, and then containers, and then Kubernetes, and I really believed in Kubernetes. And it was just by chance to hire the right engineers with the right vision and same passion and alignment that actually our project came out of an interview project over a weekend that our first engineer did. We open sourced it, and before you knew it, boom, like people really needed it, because it was automating Let's Encrypt. So it was partly luck, but partly actually being in the right place with the right time, with the right background and knowledge. And I would say to everyone in this room, you've all got your unique set of background and position, and you'll have sort of a competitive advantage based on what you know. I mean, I was lucky enough to be at Canonical and then MongoDB, so I had a few ideas of what was happening and where it was going. So I'd say I'd challenge all of you to just take advantage of the position that you've had and the knowledge you've got, because those opportunities will be sitting there waiting for you. You just need to take advantage of it and then put yourself in the right place. It's almost like having a good hand of poker. You know, you play that card when you've got it, and then something like that happens, and that was my personal experience of that.
I think also the early users that you have can be a very important part of that initial traction as well. We had the luck in the sense that the people who we were helping, maintainers, they were putting our software into lots and lots of places, and so we grew really quickly as a result of that. And then we also had kind of early flywheels, because since we were helping uncover what companies using software, they'd put that on their README of like, oh, here's the companies, and Scarf is the one that supplied this data. And so it kind of had some very natural, kind of growth flywheel mechanics that came with that. But it was really, even being able to ask the early users to do stuff like that, and just saying, it would really help if you would do this. Like, we'll do this thing for you. Would you tweet about us, or these kinds of things? Like at the very beginning, like that amount of momentum you get is really, really important, and just whatever amount of pushing forward you can do compounds over time.
Very true. I think just quickly is you got luck. Like the timing was perfect. The timing was perfect for you. I think that luck on timing. For you, I think you were already at 1. Like with the project, and so 1 to 100, right? And so for us it was a little bit different, because we had to get from 0 to 1, and so how do we get from 0? And so rolling sleeves up was a lot of elbow grease on getting into the communities that already exist out there. There's DevOps communities on Slack, on Discord, finding the newsletters that people subscribe to, emailing the editors, trying to chat with TechCrunch or VentureBeat, trying to get into the Slack channels and talk to users. What's your problem? Hey, we're solving. Would you be interested in trying? We really hustled for the first 5 to 10 users to just find any way we could get in touch with people that would be relevant for our project. Things like Twitter ads, just working on finding who your ICP is, what message is going to resonate with them, drive them to your website. You don't even have to have a product. They can just look at the website, and if they like what they see, hit sign up, and you have a funnel of people that will use your product. GitHub stars, we're tracking those. There's, I think, generally speaking, whatever ways you can hustle to find the first 5 users will be the thing that will get you to the 100 users. But getting the first 5 is the hardest 5 you're going to get.
Okay, so I think we've reached a stage in the proceedings that we've got a decision to make.
Yep.
So the way this has been set up, for the next, I think we've got till, is it till past? Yeah. So either we can keep this open forum and we can have some more questions, or we can go into smaller groups and tables and have a discussion, I suppose, about some of the topics that have come up and anything else that's of interest to you. What would you prefer to do? Do I?
Second one.
Second one?
Yep.
Cool. Okay, so what we need to do, we're going to have 1 founder per table. So can I ask, if you're a founder sitting at a table, would you mind standing up just so that others in the room know where to go to? And if you can just move about so we've got at least 1 founder per table, I think that would be great. Thank you. And you guys can be founders at tables as well, if that's okay.
I'm going to go find a table.
Go. Can the founders still stay standing up, please, just so that we can... And if you're at a table by yourself, you might want to go and join others. I think there's a table there. Is there any...
Yeah, I think most
conversation. This session is formally over just now, but you're very welcome to stay and chat with one another, or even go and grab a coffee and come back and chat with one another. That's fine. But just to close off, would you mind if we just jumped around each table and just maybe tell us the key, what's the burning topic that you're having a discussion about? Okay, we'll start here. Yeah.
We were just talking about the pros and cons of telemetry in open source.
That's a good one.
Being able to learn more about how users use your software is valuable, but using it for aggressive sales is not.
Okay, okay, all right. Thank you, thank you. Anyone else on the other tables got anything they'd like to share?
Oh, that's his option.
How about this table here? How did you guys get on?
He wants to speak.
We were having general conversations really about the experiences of the folks here. So I think, we had a great talk from France in terms of how he's, driving more momentum through his open source focused sort of company, and then we just moved on to talk about sort of market fit generally in terms of how how we try and achieve that. But it's been very general, but very good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I don't actually mean to put anyone in the spot. I feel I did put you in the spot there. I'm sorry. I apologise. Anyone else want to offer anything? Because if not, we'll say stay and chat or go and grab some coffee. Okay, I think that's...
Okay, thanks everybody.
Thank you very much. Oh, yes, yeah. So Michael, Amanda, and then Matt, thank you. Because last time we were confusing because we were all sitting...
We're going to sit together, or are we going to have spaces?
Up to you. I'll sit in this one here.
Okay, gotcha.
These chairs are they're easier to get into than to get out of, as my mother would say.
Okay, guys, good afternoon. For those of you who joined us for the earlier entrepreneurship session, the challenge that we had at that stage was we'd all had lunch and we needed to make sure, despite how dark the room was, that we were staying awake. The challenge that we have now is that myself and my fellow panellists are the only thing stopping you leaving this room and going outside and getting a refreshment in about an hour and 15 minutes.
Possibly earlier.
Possibly hour, depending how we go. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, for those of you who weren't able to join us at the earlier session, my name is Eleanor Shaw. I am a Professor of Entrepreneurship at Strathclyde University. I've known Amanda for, the thing is, we went to university when we were really, really young. I think we were about 9 or 10, so we've known one another for quite a long time. And I've been doing some work with Open UK for quite some time. Also, as I mentioned in the session before, as a researcher, I'm really interested in all things open. I'm interested in communities and in collaboration. You may not be aware of this, but now universities have been nudged. They need to publish everything open access for the government to then recognise their research. That's a good thing, because the more we can have researchers making available either their coding, their software, or the data that they've acquired, then the more likely we are to actually solve some of the really challenging problems that we have. So I'm a strong proponent of all things open. As an entrepreneurship professor, I'm also really interested in the journey that founders make from having that initial idea to building the proposition, to then figuring out what is the business model, and then from there on to growth. And we've already started that conversation earlier, and I think, Matt, it was really interesting, some of the things that came out. So we're basically just going to continue that conversation. The plan is we'll be flexible for as long as we're all engaging in conversation in this format. We'll let it flow, and then perhaps towards the end we'll give you the chance in your tables with a founder to perhaps have a bit more of a deep dive into some of the things that we've been discussing. And of course, over a drink, you'll be able to continue those conversations. So please allow me to introduce you, first of all, to my co-pilot and panel member this time, Matt. And Matt is your president, entrepreneur in residence, president of JetStack and entrepreneur in residence at Open UK.
Thank you.
Do you want to say a few words?
Hi, everybody. Nice to be here. Like I said, I'm co-pilot and maybe passenger as well, because I'm hopefully going to be contributing to this discussion. I've known Amanda for 15 years tomorrow, because I was, as a graduate, I was I think the second salesperson at Canonical, the Linux operating system that Amanda mentioned in the plenary session this morning. I was the one annoying her, trying to get the contracts done to hit my commission targets. I was very young.
Do I need to turn this on?
I still like to think I'm a little bit young, but maybe not as young as I was.
You're still very young.
Well, no, I'm saying I like to think I'm a little bit young.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm not young, but anyway. And then after Canonical was one of the first salespeople at MongoDB, which that was in the very early days of MongoDB. It was probably dozens of people rather than hundreds.
Maybe borrow Amanda's mic, because yours is coming and going a little bit.
Okay. MongoDB, and that's where I guess I learned a slightly different version of, in my head, open source, because Canonical was very much about it was very much more about the sort of the essence of pure open source, and whereas MongoDB, I mean, I think someone mentioned it today, it was more of a distribution model, and how you would commercialize the open source. Although there was a very vibrant community at the time, and then I'm very interested in containers, Kubernetes, and when Kubernetes was open source, started a service company bootstrapped around services for Kubernetes and open source. We created some open source projects in the process of building that company. and one of which became very successful, downloaded millions of times a day. And about 3 years ago, we were acquired. So I've been through the whole journey, and the topics that we're going to be discussing today and tomorrow are all ones that I've struggled with and have my own personal perspective on. So I'm looking forward to talking to you about legal and corporate requirements today with my esteemed panel guests. And on that note, I will hand to Amanda.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Amanda Brock. I'm the CEO at Open UK. I've been in that role for just over 3 years. Technically, I am not the founder of Open UK. Somebody else had created a company and a website, but it was pretty much a shell. So I might just about own being a founder and having taken an organisation from a few £1,000s in the bank account to a turnover of $1 million plus a year in 3 years during a pandemic. And I'm saying that, I wouldn't normally, but we really struggle to find female founders. I got a bunch of them through Twitter in December, and just then getting them to come to the UK because they were mainly in the Bay Area was really difficult. So I want to own in this conversation being a female founder as much as I want to own having been a lawyer for 25 years, but I'm now in recovery.
Okay. Michael, just before we come to you, can I just respond to what Amanda said there? And apologies again if you heard me mentioning this in the first session. One of the things that I do, I sit on the strategic advisory board of something called the Gender Index, because what we've recognised, and it's particularly in the UK, women are underrepresented as founders by an astonishing level. It's less than 20%. And I'm being generous when I say that. It's probably about 15.9% if you're in Scotland of all founder-led firms are led by women, and that includes women in partnership with men. So there's a big challenge for us there. And that is despite almost 30 years of government intervention to try to shift the dial. I can tell you why the dial hasn't shifted. It's because they haven't had access to the correct data. They actually haven't had the evidence to be able to inform policies that can shift the dial. With all things open, we are getting closer to that now. The tech sector in particular, the figures are dire. They're absolutely dire for women's participation. So I think that's a very important conversation for us to have.
It is, and we can have it later, but I only did this because I was at a stage in my life where I no longer had anybody that I was responsible for beyond myself. And I think that's the fundamental underlying problem for women, is that we have commitments that we feel...
Possibly.
Well, we can talk about it more.
We can talk about that.
Yeah, I definitely think that that's part of the problem.
Michael, you're very welcome to the panel. Please introduce yourself to us.
Either mic's fine, right? Or
yeah, either mic's fine.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Michael Chang. I'm Chief Legal Officer at Alaria Technologies. Alaria is commercializing a suite of technologies that originally started out as the Google Loon project and was spun out earlier this year. So I started out my career as an engineer. I've done a lot of things. 15 years as an M&A lawyer. I probably have 200 or so M&A deals under my belt. When I was also at Facebook, where I switched careers a couple times and ended up as a product manager in the open source team leading open source efforts. And I built our static analysis, sort of dependency analysis stack. And my team was also responsible for looking into the ecosystem to see how we could support the ecosystem. And one of the organizations that we supported was Open UK back in, at some point.
You were actually, I forgot about that. You gave me money. You were one of the first to give us money in 2020.
Oh, okay. And so...
Would you like to give us more money?
Yes.
We've got that recorded. Somebody make sure we send that bit too.
I didn't say how much, but...
You would like to?
Yes, I would like to. It's an intention, yeah. So, but yeah.
Is it an intention or a commitment? Let's get into this legal topic straight away. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Rishi Sunak would like to give nurses more money, but, you know...
I think I have more chance of getting money from Michael, to be honest.
Okay, guys, so you've got an excellent panel of founders here. So I feel maybe I should kick the first question off, if that's okay. So Amanda, you did mention in your opening plenary this morning the challenges around regulation. And we also had the Shadow Minister talking about almost like regulation for good. Yeah. And how it can be a force for good that can encourage innovation, productivity, firm start-up and growth. So I wonder if we could talk about that just as an opener. Because one of the challenges that most of the companies that I've worked with is, what legal status, how do I become a legal entity? How do I go about doing that?
In many cases, I would say do it cheaply. And in the UK, you can set up a company quite efficiently and cheaply using a sort of bucket shop environment. And you probably don't need a lot more. And I would avoid, I obviously would recommend taking legal advice, but I would avoid taking huge realms of it right at the start, or you'll have no money left. And one of the problems that's specific to open source, so Mark Shuttleworth, the founder at Canonical, I've talked to him a few times about giving talks, and a book chapter that I reference him in a lot. And he's told me he trusts me to say things that are appropriate and not to breach too much confidentiality. But I don't think he'll have a problem with me telling you that at Canonical, we were in 46 countries with under 200 employees. We had IBM's problems because open source works on a dispersed basis. And one of the issues we have is that we hire by talent, not by location. So as a lawyer in that environment, you're trying to tidy everything up and learning things like, I think in Germany then you could have 12 individuals working for you before you had to do social registration. Avoid France like the plague. It is too complicated and you don't want to be paying people there because before you know it, you're going to be in all sorts of regulation and works councils and things. And you learn quite quickly if you're dealing with that sort of international environment where you can and can't do things and how quickly restrictions kick in. And it's not the sort of stuff that as a founder you want to be dealing with. You don't want to be dealing with social contributions and employment regulations in 46 countries before you've even broken even. It's a difficult space. And it's something where you can't really just have people working as contractors for you ad infinitum because the local regulators look at the reality, not what you call it, not how you dress it up. So I think that something very specific to open source is understanding where your workforce is likely to come from, how you engage with them, and how that impacts your corporate structuring. I used to do a lot of IP structuring. I did that for Canonical, and I also did it as a contractor, a consultant, a law firm lawyer for DeepMind before Google bought them. And again, there are sort of standard ways that people ring fence and protect their IP. There's standard countries that you go to for tax breaks and split that out from your general corporate structuring. And what I would say is you want to find somebody, and there are a few lawyers, at least in the UK, who do this, who will know where to direct you simply, cheaply, let you set up a standard thing and encourage you to pick off a list of things that you ought to know about like that without you ending up spending tens of thousands on infrastructure setup at the start, because nobody can afford to do that and nobody knows where it's going. One of the things that, there's a load of stuff, a load of press today around the conference, and one of the pieces is about a shift in the UK from Tech Nation to Barclays Eagle. Slightly controversial. I actually think it could be very positive, and I'm quoted on that. And I think it could be positive because Barclays Eagle is very dispersed across the UK. It's got 50 physical locations. It supports startups and accelerators. It creates accelerators for startups. And it put 16,000 people last year through training courses. Now, the ability to access that kind of modular content and structure that you don't have to go and reinvent is important. And we've already started talking to them about taking some of the work that we've done through Matt and the Founders Forum into Barclays Eagle and putting some open source specific content in there. So hopefully, as well as the stuff we're doing today, you'll see more come out like that. But where you can make it simple, keep it simple and don't make it any more complicated than you have to. Said the ex-lawyer.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the whatever jurisdiction that you're in, the sort of cheapest off-the-shelf solution is cheap and off-the-shelf because it's commoditized and it's used a lot. It's probably pretty safe, right? And I would say that if you go with the safest thing, what looks like the safest thing, and not worry about, there's no problem that your lawyers, if you're successful, there's no problem that your lawyers can't clean up later. But just even going with the thing that everyone else goes with, 99% of the chance, 99% of the time, it's going to be fine. So I would say spend very little time thinking about it.
I'm going to talk from the perspective of actually being in that position where I have to think about how I'm going to do this and what I'm going to do. And it feels like an absolute minefield. It was so scary because you read in the press these conversations or these articles about someone who's been sued for this, or there's IP implications there. We grew up in an age, I went early in my career. Oh, I said we. Well, when we had patent trolls that were that all over open source, open source licenses, and I was genuinely scared of doing anything wrong. And I had no money because I was bootstrapped. So I was like, where on earth am I going to get legal advice from? So I went to one of these off-the-shelf companies. I set up the company, and then I found a lawyer to help me with it. And they were so cheap that they wouldn't respond to my calls. I didn't feel like I was getting good advice. I genuinely felt like in some cases I was getting worse advice than I would do by almost doing it myself. I'm not even joking. So I got so worried about the implications of it that I ended up basically, and this is where I'm quite lucky in that regard, that I had friends who worked for the big legal firms, and I took them to the pub basically and just asked them all the questions that that worried me, and I got a lot of help from them to kind of help me navigate it. But without them, and if you don't have those connections, that might be quite difficult. The breakthrough for me was that I ended up joining the Small Business Federation, and they had a legal team and a bunch of standard off-the-shelf contracts and advice on setting up HR issues, commercial law, and so on and so forth. And I used the templates from that, and then used their legal service to help sort of get a little bit of help where it's specific to me. But I would say, I didn't have the money. I was worried about the implications of it, and I'd say it's not an easy thing to get your head around, because I think you probably overestimate the difficulties involved in it and the potential impacts. But as we've just heard, all of those can be sorted out at some point in the future, even if you did make mistakes. So don't get too hung up in it and too worried about it. But from experience, it is quite easy to get overwhelmed when you've got no experience or background in law.
Okay.
Can I just pick up on something Matt said, just that I think is useful? So I haven't had a chance to invite the Federation of Small Businesses to come to this event this year, but we have done some stuff with them in the past. And for those in the UK, they do offer quite a good suite of things, and their membership's only a few £100 a year. But there are also all sorts of equivalents, and the Barclays Eagle thing, I think, is that, it's going to be in place for at least a couple of years. If you want to tap into resources about things that are standard, like setting up a company, I think that those kind of resources are things that you should definitely tap into.
Yeah, and to add, you can hear me here. To add to that, if this is just in Scotland, but I would imagine, and it's unusual for something to happen in Scotland before it happens elsewhere, but complementing the work that Barclays are doing in Scotland, the government has launched a joined-up network of tech scaler incubators, supported with a budget of 43 million. It sounds like a lot of money, but it's not an awful lot of money to deliver what it's doing. But that is in conjunction with Codebase. So if any of you are, in Scotland or up and around Scotland, go and have a look. And much of the delivery of that is through Barclays.
Absolutely, and something that Matt may either not know or have forgotten is that organisation, which was set up with Martin Logan in Scotland, is looking at the Founders Forum at Open UK as being mentors, because they specifically want to get mentors from outside Scotland. And I think that kind of mentoring thing, there's probably still a form in the Founders Forum page. We'd have to have a look and check. But the access to things like mentors is something that I can't recommend enough. In my career, when stuff has gone really wrong, it's when I've not had somebody that I could go and talk to guide me. And I think access to mentors is available for people.
And if we're signposting, there is also the UK government-backed Help to Grow programme. Is anyone doing Help to Grow? No, not here. Okay, so Help to Grow is massively subsidised. I mean, you pay a very small amount of money to do a 12-week incubator programme, and you're matched with a mentor on that. So these are resources that are out there, and you should definitely be exploring And you don't just need to use one of them. You know, you can use all of them.
Do they ask for equity in return or not?
No. No. No.
That's a good topic.
Yeah, okay. Will we talk about equity? Do we want to? Yeah, okay. There's a question here.
Sorry, can I just quickly ask regarding the challenges thank you. Regarding the challenges of trying to develop and be agile and not worry about the legal stuff, how do you kind of de-risk it? Are there like insurance, like founder insurances? I mean, later on, hopefully the lawyers would be there to cover it up, but any de-risking anyway?
So I did a lot of research on insurance, and I wouldn't say there is like specific founder insurance unless one of your co-founders was to pass away or die. And I think there is some kind of like insurance that paid out on that. I did a lot of research. The best at the time, and this was 8 years ago, was Hiscox. And Hiscox had like an entrepreneurship or a tech-focused insurance policy. So I got things additional that I could add on. I hope am I allowed to talk about this? I guess so.
Say other insurers exist.
Yeah. So you get the equivalent of being able to pay for example, cyber insurance, which you didn't have the opportunity to get with other insurers at the time. So there will be lots of options available, but at the time I did research and found one that was specifically useful for tech companies and tech entrepreneurs. And so, yeah, I was worried, for example, if we got breached, GDPR came in at the same time, so I had to do a lot of work around that, again, which I got help from the Federation of Small Businesses with. So there are specialist providers, but around something going brutally wrong, I don't think, there's much that's going to cover you. Oh, the Federation of Small Businesses also included coverage for if you got a HMRC inquiry or or sued by someone, so you actually got a certain amount of coverage insurance from them. So I was kind of like double protected by the Hiscox and also being in the Federation of Small Business.
Michael, you got some views on that?
I think the insurance is called a trust fund, right? No, there's definitely no insurance. I would say the best insurance is the simplicity in your interactions, right? In the structuring of how you structure whatever it is that you're structuring, right? And so I obviously wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but I've definitely encountered cases where the founding team is very small and they have an extended group of contractors who are just contractors, and the relationship is contractual in nature. Obviously, that goes back to the issue. There are fundamental issues of fairness and equity associated with that. But from a acquisition perspective, that was not certainly a difficult thing to clean up, right? To then figure out how do we get folks equity, as part of the acquisition. But the simpler the relationships are, right? I think the simpler that's I think one of the best forms of insurance.
So just give me 2 seconds. So we're not allowed to give you legal advice, and I can't technically because I'm no longer a solicitor. But when you're looking at this kind of stuff, keeping it simple, as Michael was saying, is key, and not being intimidated by it, but also not being somebody who's doing things with unhealthy bravado. So being measured in your approach matters. In terms of things like contracting and corporate structures and insurance, you are not licensing your software. You're open source founders, right? So you're not ever licensing the software. What you're doing is providing service agreements of whatever form it is that goes with the software license. So you're not building licenses into your contract. You want to find a simple form of service agreement where you attach whatever services you're doing. There will be some sort of nuance with the difference between something like subscription and straightforward support contract, which you're going to have to work out, but that's going to be a few clauses in a contract. There is a thing called the risk grid, and you can find it, if you look up Andrew Katz's risk grid, it'll probably come up on Google. There's a link to it in the book that I edited last year, which is available open access. And it has a sort of measure of what's fair and balanced in this grid, and shows you what you would see in a traditional contract and what you would see in an open source one as a guide. And it, it's freely available. It's on, I think it's CCSA. Also, the book has legal advice in it, which you may or may not be able to understand. McCoy, who's one of the authors, is in the room. He did copyright and patents chapters. It's technically not available to you for commercial purposes free. It's available to you for non-commercial purposes free. How we would ever know, I don't know. But you can go online to amandabrock.com, and it's very, very clear where you get the open access version and download it and just use it. And we tried very hard to index it so you would find the things that you wanted. So specific things about, the corporate piece. Toby Crick, who was somewhere around the conference, wrote the M&A chapter, and I think it's pretty readable. In terms of equity, don't give any more away than you have to, because someone will come and take your organization away from you later. Well, they will. That's what they do. It's not guaranteed, but I mean, it's really difficult. The more you give away, the harder it will be to retain. And tomorrow afternoon, I know that, I think, Peter, you were talking with Guy Pajani about investment and equity, or are you doing you're doing business models. Guy later is talking about investment. And we've got people who have companies where they've taken no investment and grown them, and we've got people who've taken massive investment, and it's all very different. I'm just going to give you it. On the insurance piece, before I forget, you're legally required to have employer's liability insurance. You want to have public liability insurance. You might want professional indemnity insurance because your contracts will require it. And you need to have directors and officers insurance. And when you get directors and officers insurance, the thing to look out for is that you're entitled as a director to appoint your own lawyers, that you don't have to rely on the same lawyers that the company has, and that you have a choice, that you don't have to use the insurer's lawyers. You may not easily get a policy that says that, but you want the right to choose who's going to represent you if you've done something wrong, because ultimately ignorance of the law is not an excuse, right? So I don't want to scare you. Most of this is straightforward and simple, but put those in place, and if something goes wrong, you're mostly protected, or as much as you can be.
Just one point I wanted to add that connects to all of that you were saying is that I used to look with real envy at the beginning, starting JetStack, with friends who'd started companies that were VC backed, because they would get all of the best advisors, they would get connected to all of the top law firms, and a lot of the kind of the risk was kind of outsourced to that cadre of advisors and legal and finance people around them. Obviously, I was bootstrapped and I was using my own money, and so I didn't have that luxury. But I personally was more protective of my equity than I was over getting the best lawyers. And like for me, that worked, and that's what I wanted to do. So I'm a big proponent of being bootstrapped. But I would say that if you take on investment and you take it from a reputable firm that has those connections, then you're likely it's going to be less of a worry for you than maybe doing it bootstrapped. But you're going to have other stresses by taking the VC. So,
yeah. This was something that came up in the earlier conversation that we had this morning, and one of the things that strikes me is that within this community, and all the panelists that we had this morning said this, they were able to secure VC funding really very, very easily. Okay, I work with companies across all sorts of sectors, including medtech, and I've seen some amazing propositions which medtech cannot get VC to invest in them, okay? Different risks, all the rest of it, but really challenging. So I think it's really important to recognise that this community and we talked about it again this morning, with the vision, with the proposition, with the traction, is able to secure quite a lot of VC funding if that's the way that you want to go. And I've seen this happen. It's very easy at that stage in your journey to secure the VC funding. And actually, it can be a little bit addictive because you can get funding from so many different places. That's almost the easy part. Once that funding then lands into your bank account, that's when the pressure's on, because you have to deliver what you've committed to doing. And I agree with what Amanda said. It's so important.
I was just about to say
up.
that was quite a flippant remark that I probably shouldn't have made, and I'm tired. But I have seen a number of people lose their businesses because they've fallen out with the investors.
Yep.
Even co-founders, they've fallen out with co-founders, and they've not had enough of the equity, despite the fact they've worked
I've seen
so
that
hard
happen, and
for
they've
so
lost
long.
their companies, and it's tragic when that happens. So I'd be very careful. I also know some enormous companies that are probably about to be billion-dollar babies, and they've done it without any VC funding at all. So, there is a choice to be made. It isn't, you can make your own choice. I think. Any views on that?
Yeah, the co-founder thing. That's the worst. That's lawyers run for the hills when you have a co-founder problem. Those are really intractable. Those are really hard to sell. So I would say forestall having a co-founder for as long as you possibly can. And then when you do, the level of diligence and values alignment would be probably orders of magnitude greater than what you would need for like first couple dates, or it's so important. I've done myself a number of businesses where we didn't completely align on what we wanted to do, and we're kind of at an impasse now, and it's really painful because we put in all this work, and it's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
So the way I would look at that, and I've had the same experience on things that I've been involved in sort of instigating and then realised that my values didn't entirely match the person that I'd done something with, including being married, is that it's actually very like being married. And you probably spend more time with your co-founder than you do with your significant other if you're building a business. And actually, money can change people, and the prospect of money can change people. If you look at how that works out in families with disputes over wills and properties and things, with co-founders, it's not that different. And if you are going to co-found, you really have to think about who you're doing that with and how well you know them and where your end goals and values are and the stages that you're at in your life. Because a few years in, things might shift dramatically for you depending on family situations, all that sort of stuff. But that is one space where if you are going to co-found, I would make sure that you have a very clear prenup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to counter that, what we also know is that where co-founding works really well is the shared values and purpose have to be there. It's really difficult to co-found if you don't have that shared vision, purpose, values, okay? But where it works really well is when you're bringing different things to the table. And we also know that when different things are brought to the table, and so I'm talking here about different amounts and types of human capital that you're bringing, and where there is diversity and it comes together, that can create a really strong partnership for the company, because you're not having to go outside looking for either to make expensive appointments to bring in that expertise, or to create a board or some sort of advisory community around you. So I think that's a really important consideration in looking for a partner, if that's what you want to do, to think, okay, where are my vulnerabilities? Who can I bring in as a co-partner that can work really well?
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to really add because you've made some great points, but I'd say from the ad hoc conversations I had with founders at the time, I was looking for mentors to try to get an insight into what happened to their business, and there's some great ones who shared so many horror stories with me, to be honest, and that actually helped me much more than the success stories. But the probably top of the list of failed companies was product didn't land, didn't work. Not enough effort went into it. Second one was actually founders falling out. I think that was the second one, and then the third one was probably issues with the investor or VC. So those, in my head, those are the priorities. And you mentioned it as a prenup. I think it's easy to get swept away in the early days of the excitement of starting a company that you forget to maybe just sit down and have that conversation about what the shareholder agreement looks like, what the paperwork looks like, what the equity is going to look like, what's going to happen at this point, what happens if something changes in my life circumstances. And so it's really annoying and boring to do. And you might, if you do find a co-founder and you have to sort of, you're starting to find your first customer, that's all you want to talk about, or you've just seen some excitement in the open source community because you've got a project that's starting to take off. Just like slow down a little bit and just like have that conversation and just say, let's sit down and like pre-agree what's going to happen as an outcome, and let's get this down on paper, because you want to be able to have the confidence, and you both want to have the confidence for both of your benefits, or the 3 or 4 of you, that you've got it in writing and it's there, because you can refer back to it. You can always change it, but at least it's there.
So you said the F word, failure. I haven't been in the other session. I was at something else. And I'm going to say that it's okay to fail. Now, that's all very well saying that. I was absolutely panicking this morning sitting in that room when there were like 20 people at 5 to 10 sat down because you were all having coffee outside. And I didn't feel like I could afford to fail by nobody turning up, right? I've got all these people who've sponsored this, who I have a commitment to, who I owe things to. I've got hundreds of people who've contributed. So had it stayed with 20 people in that room, I would have been devastated, but I would have lived. And I mentioned Damani. I met Damani in Nevada at the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit, and I had to fly back via San Francisco and spend an afternoon in San Francisco or San Francisco Airport. And I went and met someone from the financial sector, and I made him go out on the ferry with me because I hadn't been in San Francisco for years. And we just went round in this circle talking about founders and talking about failure and the US tech sector. And one of the things I'd seen in the 6 months I've been back engaged in open source and traveling was that Austin has skyscrapers and people are moving from the Bay Area to Austin. So I was asking him if there was going to be this shift away from the Bay Area in the US. And he said to me, no, there's not going to be, because the rest of the US does not do risk. It's a Bay Area specific behavior. They don't understand risk and they don't like failure. And I hadn't understood that. I thought it was an American versus a British cultural thing. And it was why they were so much more successful than we are in scaling startups. And he said to me, you walk around San Francisco, you meet people and they'll tell you that I've had 10 startups. And he said, if you say that in London, you're a failure. You've just not had a successful startup. And I think that shift and that, Matt, when I met him when he was a young man, was very, very diligent and very keen to do the right. I'm not joking that you were one of the better people as a lawyer to deal with because you wanted to do the right thing and you'd come to me. Well done, Matt. But you did. And a lot of people aren't like that. And you just have to think about trying to do your best, trying to do the right thing, but not let it inhibit you actually moving forwards. Because there's some phrase about perfection as the something of delivery. I don't know, I can't remember what it is, but there's... Yeah. So, it's fine to be good. It's fine not to be perfect. But if you spend your time paralyzed by trying to get all the legal and corporate stuff right, I'm not saying don't, try to get it right, but you need to move forward and have a business to found and don't get, weighed down in all the legal stuff, and also accept that you might not succeed in the first attempt or even the first few attempts, but keep going.
Yeah, we can talk about failure for a little bit. I would challenge it's not just the Bay Area. I think also if I've worked at MIT for some time. I've seen people fail a lot, and it just means something different. It's seen as learning. Okay, that didn't work out for you. What did you learn, and what are you going to do differently next time? The challenge we have in the UK, I strongly believe, is education, and how we educate young people at school is to pass exams, and if they don't pass exams, they have failed. That's a dreadful. It stamps out curiosity, an inquisitive mindset, an open mindset. We're talking about open. I actually think open mindset should be something else that we add into this equation, because I think it's such a powerful force for good if we can have that. We shouldn't worry about failure, but what we should worry about is learning from it and what we do next. As a parent, you can't teach your kids to walk without them falling down. It's ridiculous that we think failure is so problematic. This gentleman's got a question.
Yeah, I'm going to ask kind of an off-centre question, if that's all right, because it just came into my head there. And I don't mean that this is what founders set out to do, but when we look at, the Googles and the Facebooks, etc., and then I suppose I'm looking at from Ireland maybe in the 90s, where suddenly a lot of indigenous companies were set up, and it was fantastic because people came home from the 80s, because normally Irish people immigrate, because normally we didn't have jobs and different things. But then people came home, there was a big impetus in the 90s, a lot of small indigenous companies were set up, and then they all disappeared. And what I mean disappeared is they never got a chance to move on to be that bigger company, that Google or the Facebooks that came after in the States. And I just wonder sometimes, I think it's amazing the way people set up companies, but really is there a ceiling for companies where eventually the goal is we need to be bought out? Or do you set out, when you set out in your journey, do you have these high morals of I'm going to have this company and it's going to rock the Casbah and I'm going to have offices all over the world? Maybe it's a bit of an unfair question, but yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm happy to come in first of all. So what specifically happened in Ireland was that there was a crowding in effect. The tax regulations that the Irish government decided to introduce were initially beneficial to small entrepreneurial startups, but they then became beneficial to large global players who, you know, who financially in all sorts of ways benefited. So there was a crowding in, which then made it incredibly difficult for a lot of smaller firms to remain on that growth trajectory, because as those big companies crowded in, rather than thinking we can create lots of local supply chains here and that will actually grow the pie for everyone, there was a lot of quite unpleasant competitive behaviours. So I think that was a very unique set of circumstances that happened there. As far as the, what do you want, should we set up a company to then to grow it and to sell it? We started to talk about that earlier this morning. Where am I? I'm in so many different time zones, I can't remember where I am. And I think what we saw in the room this morning was it's really diverse. It depends what your vision is.
I can talk about my personal experience, and that is that I never expected to sell Jetstack, my company. I felt like I was gonna do it forever. I think once you've done 6 years eating glass and staring into the abyss, which is what Elon Musk sometimes refers to as starting a company, it was I'd basically not paid myself anything for, well, very little for a number of years. I had a young family. I was in a small flat in London, and I went to see investors because I'm not against taking investment at the right time for the right reasons, by the way. I mean, although we talked about it before, that it can sometimes, you know, lead to issues. But the investors that I was speaking to were saying, we've created this great business, but it's all service revenue. So we're not that bothered about that because it's not valuable enough. What we want is annually recurring revenue, and we want subscription revenue and so on. So we think that you should take your open source project, create a product around it, and just go for ARR. But you probably don't need the service anymore, so you can transfer the engineers to the product strategy. And you know, but then I was like, that's the end of the service business that we've created. And you know, we've got this great culture, we're doing amazing things, and we're learning together with all our customers, and we're innovating, and we're creating new open source projects that we want to continue doing. And then the service investors were like, you can do a buy and build strategy. You know, we'll give you the money, we'll go and buy all the boutique cloud native consultancies. But to me, it was both of those options, with investment or just continuing anyway, would almost like my risk was going higher and higher and higher. And it got to the point where, like, with a second, you know, kid being planned and so on, like, it was very difficult to sort of have the stomach, basically, to think I'm going to go in and do another 5 years, and you know, who knows what's going to happen with the economy? Who knows what's going to happen with the interest rates? Who knew that the pandemic was going to happen? So we actually started talking at the end of 2019 to our now acquirer, who's our parent company, and they understood the vision, they bought into it. You know, they enabled us to continue to build out the product, but keep the service business and help that support the product. So it was the perfect outcome for me, but it was a lot of it honestly was driven by personal drivers rather than, and then I've got other friends who are founders who are like, yeah, I got to a point where I could have probably taken it past, but in the UK it's hard to go past a certain level. We get out competed by our US brothers, cousins, I don't know what we call them, and his dilemma was he wanted to do that. He would have to move to the US and try scaling it there. He ultimately ended up being acquired, but he got out competed by his largest competitor in the US, and so he was kind of, his ceiling was definitely there, but he saw that as a reason of as a factor of him not wanting to move to the US to scale out there. But I mean, you're obviously in the US, Michael. You might have some.
I'm going to hand this over to Michael in just a second. Some of the things we're talking about are about your personal life and your personal decisions, right? It's not just about being a founder, and actually they apply equally if you're an employee. And I think it's worth just taking a minute and putting that into context. So when I left Canonical, I wanted to stay in open source. There were no other jobs for a lawyer at my level in Europe in open source at the time. It just didn't exist. It had no traction. And I didn't want to move to the Bay Area. I didn't want to move to the US. I wanted to stay in the UK for all sorts of personal reasons. So I made the same decisions. In 99, 2000, I was in a startup that was a spin out from Dixon's, the high street retailers, FreeServe. And I think it was the biggest IPO in Europe, and it was the first IPO in Europe, and I made £2,000. I was one of a team of 12 that took it through IPO, and it was so early, we didn't know what, don't laugh, we didn't know what to ask for. But when I left Dixon's, I had hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of shares underwater. And that can happen to you as an employee, it can happen to you as a founder. You know, it's just life, there's no point in worrying about it. It depends on what you want, and I think that not every startup also has to be about becoming a billionaire. You know, people do things for all sorts of different reasons. You don't all have to have startups. There's lots of really good jobs and companies that people can do without having a startup. But what you do need to do is you need to understand, if you want to work in open, about the business of it and about the nuance and the special things that apply to open source. There's a gentleman there in white who also wanted to ask a question, but I think Michael wants to come in first.
But let's go to Michael, and then we'll go to this gentleman, and then this gentleman. Oh, we'll make it easy. This gentleman, this gentleman, this gentleman, this gentleman. That means the mic can go in that arc.
Yeah, so the personal dimension, I would also say, is probably, you could draw inferences about geographic differences, but if you look at the personal dimensions of these biggest, these original founders, right? They weren't exactly poor to begin with, right? And they had the families. A lot of them had the families to support them through whatever they wanted to do, right? And that in itself is, I would say, probably the most important factor for some of these folks, right? And so I think that's much more of a controlling factor relative to, you know, what jurisdictions they are in, right? Obviously, I think the LPs and the VCs have so much dry powder now that they're in many ways no longer acting. They're, you know, especially the ones in the US, they're no longer in many ways picking bets. They're almost operating as index funds at this point, right? Where they're betting on everything. And when they're betting on everything, it can seem like the money is easier, the bets are bigger. And so I would definitely say that, you know, the disparities and the opportunities of funding are definitely a lot greater between continental Europe and the UK versus the US now, even more than it was before.
Okay, thank you. I think this gentleman over here wanted to ask.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm Joe and I'm a student, and I'm currently on the precipice of trying to found something out of a project that I've been working on while I've been at uni. And I'm in the camp of not wanting to just kind of grow the company. I just want to make the product into something that people use. And so I'm not too worried about having immense funding. I just want a few other people to also work with me on my project. And so I intend to start the company as a limited by guarantee rather than by shares. And just because in my mind that removes all the questions of greed, because I can't, and other people can't be corrupt by money. And it's sort of a preemptive action. But obviously that's me having never done, not even left uni yet. So I was wondering what your insights might be onto my idea.
Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 22.
22. It's interesting. So I would tell you to speak to Peter Zeitstav, who's sitting there. And I would also tell you Ron is not in the room. Ron is launching something upstairs just now. Ron from Nix, and Nix have got a table on the 4th floor. Go and speak to him as well. And he's got a foundation as well, and maybe Gail, who's just over there. I'm trying to see who else I haven't got specs on. It's a big decision. Ron also knows and was trying to get Mitchell Hashimoto from HashiCorp to join us, which I hope we'll manage to achieve next year. And when HashiCorp was set up, it wasn't set up to be a big corporate. It was set up to be a project. If you were setting something up now and you want it to have longevity, even as a project, you are going to have to fund it. You are going to, you might hate money, you might not be interested in making money. In Canonical, we came up, I don't know if there's somebody else from Canonical here, I don't know if either of you remember, but we came up with this phrase in a training session to pay for our own excellence, because we were excellent. We worked really, really hard to create these great things, and somebody had to fund it. And we didn't want it to be our founder forever, but he was personally wealthy and able to do so. and somebody has to fund it. So you have to be able to access cash. So I would be careful about how you structure that and how you restrict yourself at an early stage. At the same time, I think it's very laudable, and I'm all for more collective equity in tech and, you know, sharing. But I would be tempted to put the IP into don't set up another foundation. Work out if you have a business model that you can make viable for whatever the project is before you structure it. And I would talk to a few founders and a few people in foundations who can give you some input onto how suitable what you're setting up is for that. Because if you set something up and you've given it away, it could make you very, very bitter. He is downstairs recording, and you know, there's lots of great podcasters here. But Mike, I can't remember if it's Schwartz or Schultz from Glue and Open Source Underdogs, who I don't think is in the room, is downstairs and was in the session this morning. Open Source Underdogs has got the most amazing catalogue of founders. I know Peter's in there and others in the room who have talked to him about their experiences. And, you know, listen to one a day for a couple of months before you make a decision. And I think Mark Shuttleworth describes it as being a very emotional thing where you've enabled your competitors with your own innovation. And that was a bit of a roller coaster for us at Canonical back in the day, right? It wasn't easy. We were one of the first organizations to find that our product was in the cloud and we weren't necessarily making a lot of money from it. So, you know, I really think through what might happen to what you set up at the same time as I think it's really laudable.
Yeah, it's fundamentally a irrevocable decision, right? And you can do the for-profit thing first and then move that to a non-profit thing later once you're successful, right? Doing the public charities, Swiss shift tons, like those things, it's probably pretty difficult to get stuff out of those things. It's probably a irrevocable decision, right? And so a lot of companies, a lot of foundations actually end up setting up for-profit, subsidiaries and related entities exactly because of, just from an operational perspective, it's very, very restrictive. And so going back to the question of like capital efficiency, going back to all these questions, it's definitely start with the easiest thing first, and then figure it out as you. But again, it's a commendable, and I don't know. I'm not familiar with the corporate structures here, but in the U.S. we have something called the Public Benefit Corporation. Some people have done that. It comes with its own complexities, but there might be some half measures in between that might make sense.
So in the UK, we've got a company limited by guarantee, as you know, and Open UK is a company limited by guarantee, which is the right thing for an industry organisation, I think. We're not a KIC. Lots of people set up KICs, community interest companies, and frankly, we're not because it's complex and it creates a load of admin we don't need to do. We're structured in a way that it's fine as it is. I would just be very, very careful of setting something like that up straight away. You've always got forever to change it.
Not much to add, although I would just say that it sounds like one of those things that you're not going to get cleared up by a lawyer after the fact. So just be really careful with what you decide to do.
Okay, thank you. Can we go to our next question? This gentleman here.
Hi. So I kind of have a double question, but it's all around this kind of subject. So I'm really interested in one of the earlier comments that I think Matthew made around VCs and VC funding, and I found that quite interesting. And the kind of question there was, are VCs kind of destroying, or are they a risk to open source? And before you answer that, a totally different question would be, is there a way of rather than creating copyright to protect your IP, using trademark as a protection mechanism? So, I mean, when you look at like Red Hat, they use their trademark as a protection mechanism, right? But how does that complement copyright or replace or not, or all of that kind of stuff? So again, it's how do you monetize around the IP? But I think the question about VCs was really interesting.
Yeah, so I'll pass you back to Matt on the VCs, but on the IP side, Copyright, trademarks, patents, all totally different. Patents protect innovation. When you get it, you get a monopoly. You get a monopoly which is supposed to reward that innovation. You get it for a period of time. You have to demonstrate that it was novel at the time that you applied for it. Not used as much in Europe as it is in the US. McCoy's already got his head in his hands because I'm giving you a potted, read his book chapter if you want it in much more detail. But once you've got it, you can stop others from using your idea. Not something that will go down well with the open source communities. You can take something like that and put it into Open Invention Network or one of the other collaborative pools to allow the open source communities access. Copyright, you can't make it apply or not, it just applies, and it applies in the specific work that you've created. Different ways of protecting it in different countries. You'll generally get life of the author plus, I think, 70 years now in the UK. Whether you want it or not. And because you have it and it just exists and you don't have to do anything to get it, it's why we have software licensing. So
Yeah,
let me finish. So the licensing works in copyright. It may also cover patents, but it will definitely cover copyright. So your software, your open source license will cover that. You shouldn't be so concerned about that. Your trademark, on the other hand, and I can't remember who said it this morning, it's been a long day, but someone talked about trademarks and open sourcing the trademark. I do not recommend that. A trademark is a badge of excellence. It's a way you recognize the excellence in something. So if I see Percona or Ivan behind a product, I know that that's come from an excellent house and that I recognize that branding and I have a level of trust with that. You want to protect that. If you have a community and you do your double whammy where you've got a not-for-profit or some sort of foundational model plus a commercial sponsor model, the trademark has to somehow be shared. So we've registered a State of OpenCon and we've registered Open UK. Not because we want to do anything aggressive with them, we're not for profit, but because we want to protect our rights and we don't want other people passing us off. Now, passing off is a whole different concept. It's where someone looks like they are you and confuses the consumer. A trademark is something that is very specific and it can be infringed by others using your mark and looking like they're you, so you can enforce against it. When you have that not-for-profit plus for-profit element, like we had this in Ubuntu. We had Ubuntu communities all over the place, and they needed the ability to use the trademark. They needed to be able to register a company, to get a bank account, and to be able to sign contracts and have a legal entity, and it not to be in the individual's name, which isn't right. But they also needed a shot, as we would say in Scotland. They needed a wee shot of our trademarks. They needed to borrow our trademarks. And we set up an infrastructure that allowed it. I used to recommend the Mozilla trademark policy because it does a really good job of sharing trademarks as something to replicate. Pam Chestick wrote the chapter in the Open Source Law Policy Practice book. She is sort of the doyenne of trademarks and open source. So you'll get advice from that if you want to have a look at it, or it's not advice, you'll get information about trademarks in that. But I'm a very strong believer that your trademark is one of the few things that you have when you've given away your assets open source to protect your integrity and your business.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to clarify. When I said copyright, what I really meant was if you open source your code, as an example, or Creative Commons, your document, you're giving access to your IP in the non-patent sense, I'm going to say. You're giving access to that work. Can you then create a business around the fact that you're using your trademark as a way to kind of control or monetize that, rather than instead of just saying, well, I'm going to license my work and you have to pay for the license?
Yeah, using the trademark as a way to control what otherwise is copyright, it just doesn't work, right? I could take this Open UK trademark, or I could, let's just say this Open UK logo was baked into the code. It was like in a comment header or something, right? And then I'll just put another comment in there that says, I'm not Open UK. And then it no longer becomes a trademark use, right?
Also you can rip it out. So it's something that we looked at back in the canonical days. And you can rip a trademark out of code in, I think it's seconds. You just run something and it's gone. And you're not using the trademark and you're not infringing it and you can still reuse the code. So it's more about where the mark is used by third parties and making sure it's used in an appropriate way and well.
Yeah, you should never rely on IP as insurance against making potentially against a decision that's fundamentally a business decision. The proportion of how much of your stack is open versus how much of your stack is closed is really hard, right? Because you have to balance the benefits, whatever you're trying to get from being open, the adoption, versus what is a defensible now, today, tomorrow, and for all of time. That's a really, really hard thing to do. Right? I used to be really critical of companies who did not guess correctly and then change their mind, right? But it's actually very, very hard to do. But you sort of, that's the fundamental decision. And the IP, like, just assume the IP will be stolen and copied and whoever, right? Because there's, you know, even if you are able to take action, there's a lot of, your ability to hold somebody's feet to the fire is only as good as, you know, the size of your war chest to be able to do that. And in many jurisdictions, it also even doesn't even matter how big your war chest is.
Okay, I think we should.
Just one thing on that. The other thing that goes with that is it doesn't matter how big your war chest is. You are going to disrupt your business hugely if you get into litigation. You're going to engage your senior management and you're going to distract them from their job, which is delivery. So I'm a bad ex-lawyer in as much as I would always have avoided litigation if I could. I'm not saying I wouldn't do it if, you know, if your feet were really against the fire, but I would do anything to avoid engaging my senior management team and time wasting.
Okay.
So I was going to ask a little bit about the move fast and break things culture. I think, Matt, you mentioned there's the fear of American cousins kind of outcompeting you. If you go with a VC, there's going to be pressure to deliver, and they're going to expect financial returns. So I think you've been pointed out as someone that was trying to do things for higher values, and I guess not having the financial backing to move fast is a problem in some sense. But also, I guess the reason that I'm cautious about going down the VC route is move fast and break things in the sense of social media has arguably come close to breaking society. So, yeah, I'm wondering kind of how you see trying to do, yeah, you know.
I think it's a difficult question, and it really depends on the circumstances, which I'm trying not to give you a cop-out answer. But I think the world is speeding up, and that cash, you're competing against so many more people that the cash is very helpful. If I'm going to give you any advice, it would be pick a VC that's not just going to give you money, but is going to give you advice and connections and help in your particular space. Because just coming back to the question that was asked before around VCs, I think VCs have almost created the open source commercial ecosystem in some ways. 10 years ago, I don't think you'd find many VCs that were willing to invest in open source companies. Well, very few. You had Mark, who was bankrolling it by himself personally, having become a billionaire in the 90s. And there were a certain number of VCs that did decide to take the risk, and they invested in the companies that many of my friends have become very wealthy off the back of: Elastic, Confluent, MongoDB, you know, that sort of Red Hat, that sort of group of companies. So I think overall they're a force in a lot of ways for good. I think the problem for open source comes when things start to go a bit awry, and maybe early days founders take too much money than they need, and they're chasing equity valuations that are very difficult to maintain, and then maybe there's a founder that falls out with another one, or they miss a trend. I mean, there are certain companies, I'm not going to mention any names, that missed the Kubernetes trend, and they were trying to do their own orchestrator and compete against that rather than embracing it. And then all of a sudden, you don't have the same momentum that you had the year before, and everything's hunky-dory when things are going great, but when your back's against the wall and you've lost money and you're not growing your customer base and your ARR is not going like that, VCs might start to become quite different in the way they approach you. And at that point, then you're maybe forced to make decisions around license changes or the way that you think about selling your software to kind of make up for that. So they've been a fantastic force for good, in my opinion, VCs. I just think that the pressure from the capital has also led to some unusual outcomes that we might be dealing with in open source over the next 10 to 15 years.
So I'm going to take this come to you, Heike. I'm going to take this in a slightly different direction. We're talking open source here, right? So if you are a founder of a proper open source organization, and bearing in mind the conversations we've been having about curation and people starting to be more discerning about what open source they're using and looking at the supply chain, you are going to have a community, and that's going to be hard work, and that's going to be discussed in a session tomorrow. Balancing the needs of a community versus the needs of a commercial entity is not an easy task. And it's one of the key things that will differentiate you from a founder of a non-open source organization. And they will keep you honest, like it or not, because they have power over you. They can fork. And that, Heike may want to talk about this as well, but it's one of those things where as time goes by, people will look more and more for healthy communities as one of the reasons to adopt open source. And if you take forking isn't easy, right? It's not this magic fairy dust thing. Forking is a lot of work, and who gets most contributions post-fork is the big thing. But you have to think of that in your overall picture, that you have a community who will keep you honest. And you need to be thinking about that and how you're giving back and how you're taking them with you as you grow your organization.
I do slightly disagree on this point. I think I've got friends who do lots of studies into personas in companies that buy open source software, and do they care that much about the community? Do they care about the license? If it does their job and they get value out of it in the company, they'll buy it. They don't think that much about it. And so, yes, there's lots of benefits in a healthy community, and I feel very strongly about that, and don't get me wrong, but when it comes to corporate buyers and when money talks, they don't often care, I would say. And so the money is going to end up becoming more important, sadly. And most open source founders will end up having this difficult line to draw between how much resources go to the community versus the customer base and the proprietary buyers in the enterprise. And that is a topic entirely by itself, I would say. And I have opinions on that, but I'd say ultimately it's the money talks.
I don't disagree to an extent in that money talks. I think code talks, and whoever has the contributions has the project long term. And I think we're going to see a shift in how we see large enterprises and public sector choosing the open source that they use. Now, he's not in the room, but he is here. Frank Karlashek is founder of Nextcloud and also the founder of OwnCloud. And Frank's a bit of a hero of mine. I just love the fact that he forked his own business. So he'd taken 10 million of investment. He decided he didn't want to be part of that business anymore. He left it. He left the investment. He walked away from it, from his co-founder, from the business, and he created Nextcloud. And one of the things I love about Nextcloud, I don't know quite what the staffing is in it now, and I think he's on a panel tomorrow. But the last time I talked to him about this, they had 45 employees in a community of 2,000. And it's rare and it's super healthy. And if you want to be an open source founder, one of the reasons that you'll be driven there, I think, is your values. Now, that may be completely wrong as a statement, because Luis Villa said to me not so long ago that you couldn't set up a business now in the Bay Area that's based on software without being open source. So I think increasingly we're seeing people who are going to it not because of the value set, but because of the potential for it to be a marketing tool. And that won't work in the long term. That will implode, in my view.
Yeah, can I add something here? This is really interesting for me because it goes back to one of the founding views of entrepreneurship, which is the idea of creative destruction. Okay, so creative destruction can happen quickly, or it can happen over a long period of time. But the only way we innovate is so creative destruction is when we destroy something, but we create something new. And certainly, if we look at, climate challenge, biodiversity, we've got to stop doing what we're doing. So we've got to destroy some of the practices, and we've got to create new ones that allow us to address those challenges. So that phrase, creative destruction, is hotly contested. I think what Zuckerberg said when he was talking about move fast and break things, I mean, that's just being deliberately provocative. I mean, and there's been so much written about it. There's been more written about it than actually it valued being written about. Because the reality is, the way in which the world is moving, it's moving into communities and ecosystems, and I don't believe that that sort of ethos, those values, align with do things quickly. I really don't believe that, because I think if you try to do things too quickly, whatever ecosystem you're in will react against you, because what you're doing is actually not good for that ecosystem. So I think, you know, things are moving at such a fast pace now. But I actually think in today's context that creative destruction is a much more powerful way of thinking about this, and it really does draw on the community and the ecosystem in a way that move fast and break things doesn't. So I think move fast and break things, in the way in which it was originally spoken about and intended, isn't fit for purpose. But I think creative destruction is. So I think innovation for good is a good thing, and that will combine people, planet, purpose, process, and profit. Okay, so profit's not a dirty word. It will include that as well, but not at all cost. Because if it is at all cost, I believe the community around you will really have something, you know, to say about that.
As someone who used to be at Facebook, I have no comment.
Okay, we did have a gentleman up the back wanting to ask another question. And then we're just following. Right,
I want to touch on a couple of topics. Really great panel, thank you, and very important things. And I promise to be here one of the founders as well. So if any time later over drinks you want to discuss any of these topics, I'm on fire, looking for these discussions. I want to first defend VCs a little bit. I hear we are VC funded, so kind of there might be somewhere a point when you have 10 employees and then you are looking at the balance sheet. If something happened, I'm now responsible for these guys. Next paycheck. So then it becomes, it's no longer your own personal risk, but then you're responsible for others as well. And that was a kind of point where Ivan, we looked at VC funding for the first time to really be able to expand and make sure that we have a runway and we can take additional risk and growth profiles. But I would say that when you're pitching to investors, or if you are, then also do reference checks on the investors as well. Kind of ask around how they behave with founders, especially when things got tough. In essence, the founders, the VCs, they have a same goal. They want a business to succeed, and especially with the smaller startups, if the core team leaves if things don't pan out, the investment is essentially zero. A project that is in early phases, if it loses its core members, it's worthless for the most parts. Yeah, and wanted to quickly take on that, the creative destruction and failing fast. I think that's also something that is one of the powers what makes a difference why startups can move that fast, is that they can try out things and then adjust the course. So the decisions that we need to do now, if we can see tomorrow on how they end and adjust and move faster, it's typically much faster to try out things than try to analyze what's the best course of action to take. But it's very different than when you start to look at enterprises that have tens of thousands of people. You can't just go about and do recklessly trials every day. But that's why also startups are in such a great place to really challenge the market and incompetence and figure out new business model, figure out how to respond to business need.
Thank you for the comments. You're actually hearing there from a real life billion-dollar baby in your terms, who's Ivan's worth, I don't know, multi-billions, yeah, and founder as well. So that's some amazing advice. I think just to come back to the move fast and break things, I think just to pick on what you were saying there, you do have a tremendous opportunity as a startup to out-compete enterprises that I now know and see move incredibly slow with unbelievable bureaucracy, red tape, whatever you want to call it, you know, wading through treacle type thing. So if you have an idea, even if they have the same idea as you and they think it's just as good and they want to invest in it, it's going to take them 6 months to create, you know, to go through the board to create a team to do it, and then they're going to have to work out how they're going to build it, and they're going to be like a year or 2 years behind you doing it now. So you have a great opportunity. And on the move fast and break things, one of the things that I often feel is that terms like that are a marker of like this cult of entrepreneurship, where, you know, it's kind of cool to sort of like throw these terms at, and, you know, it's not worth $1 billion, it's worth $1 billion, $1 million, it's worth $1 billion. And, you know, when I started JetStack, oh, let's just get an office in WeWork, we'll get the VC funding in, we'll take $1 million, and, you know, we're on our way, we'll be successful. And it just totally like misunderestimates the amount of real, difficult, hard graft that actually goes into it. And I feel like you just have to be a little bit careful of getting carried away with these tropes that people kind of like, you know, almost sort of align around, you know, and just really like get real and sort of like take it back to basics and work out what you need to do, how you're going to do it, and not get carried away by that sort of, I don't know, the marketing hype of what it is to be an entrepreneur and a founder.
Yeah, maybe if I can add there, I think it's also, it's not necessarily breaking things, but I think it's accepting and learning to work with failures and learning from those failures, creating an open culture where the failure is not to be blamed about, but it's a kind of, we learn something new from that, and then we can do another experiments. I love that. I think it was Edison who said that he didn't fail 1,000 times. He just found 1,000 ways how the light bulb didn't work. So it's a learning experience rather than a fear of failure.
Yeah. I think I'm conscious of time, so I think I did promise this gentleman we'd go back to him for one last question. The mic's coming too.
While you're getting that, I'm just going to add something to what's been said. So I'm a middle-aged woman, and I don't think it would be particularly easy for me to have gone from being a lawyer to walking into a VC or anywhere else and to have got funding. And there's at least 1 or 2 other middle-aged women who are engineers here who I've had this conversation with. And they've been told when they wanted to found that they wouldn't get money. And for me, one of the reasons, the personal benefit I've got out of the last 3.5 years of graft at Open UK is I wanted to prove I could do this. I wanted to prove I could build something, and I was tired of being a lawyer. I didn't want to be it. And there was nobody who was just going to give me money or take me on to be a CEO or a COO of a commercial organization from a GC role. It just wasn't going to happen for me. And I think there's all sorts of different reasons that we do different things. And I would love to found something, although I'm not technical, and grow it. But you're more technical than me. And I didn't think I could sell until now, and I think I probably can. But the thing that I was just picking up on what you were saying there about Ivan is I don't know if I've got the stomach to be responsible for other people's lives. It's the one thing that puts me off. And I remember sitting in a pub with Mark talking about the weight of responsibility of everybody's salaries and making sure that they and their families and all of that would be taken care of. And I think if you have this drive to be a founder, it's not just about being driven, it's also about being accountable and responsible. And that's the one thing now that puts me off, is the fact that I don't know if I want to be responsible for people's families.
It's a big responsibility, yeah, it is. Last question.
Yeah, so I'm kind of delighted I put that statement out earlier about, companies growing or whatever, and it wasn't a judgment or anything on founders and founders I've worked with over the years. But what I think is lovely has come out of this is, and maybe, sometimes we look at founders and we think it's amazing and the founder's going to do this. The human side doesn't come out in it, and Amanda touched on it, and Matt saying, well, I was in an apartment with one child and, I need to make money. And, it's like Michael touching as well around the whole fact that, sometimes the companies that have made it big, they maybe had the family money behind them, so, they had a chance of growing on it. So it is really interesting here sometimes that, we expect founders, we expect them to keep going. we see open source projects that are created, and yes, they're created for love and all that, but there has to be an inflection point where money is made off it. And I just wonder sometimes when we look at it is, when we look from the outside and we look in at a founder and stuff like that, and are we judging or looking at them? It's like, is it like someone at the, you know, at the poker table? You enjoy watching the person playing the poker, but you say in your own mind, that's not my money. Or it's like, you know, I always try to figure out what philanthropist was. And the more I looked at it, philanthropist to me seemed to be someone who had loads of money anyway. So the idea that they were giving away money, you know, you can become philanthropist once you have money. So it's very interesting to see this human side, and I love the stories that Matt told and the rest of you told on it. So yeah,
I think that's a great point. Yeah, there's definitely you know, founders have soft sides and human sides too, but I think there's definitely like I was saying before, like a cult of the founder that, you know, belies actually the real stuff that's going on behind the scenes. I think it is right that founders get challenged and they get brought to account, and I massively welcome that in JetStack, because we've made so many good decisions by having something called Building JetStack, which Beth runs, where it's almost like a forum on which everyone can have a discussion around a decision that's going to get made that impacts the whole company. So if a policy change happens around our paternity leave, for example, I won't just make that decision. It will go through Building JetStack, and everyone will have a chance to kind of stress test that. Ultimately, I have to make the final decision, because otherwise it wouldn't work. Well, it could, but it would take a lot of time. And so I'm always held to account. I think we build a culture. We build a culture of that. But it does get to the point where sometimes founders, thankfully not me, get so much criticism or focus, or, you know, you're just looking at them through a certain lens. Someone used to tell me, well, if you know, they end up that critical, then they should start a business themselves, and then they'll start to understand and learn what it's really like. So I'd say it's kind of like it's an opportunity, but it's just a bit of a sense of the fact that there is a much more difficult and human side to the reality of starting a business. So hopefully today we've managed to bring that out, and it just gives people just cause to think about what they're going to do with their lives, basically. But it is an amazing thing, and if you can get it right, I mean, there's plenty of founders in this room that will know that when you're on your stride and your customers are seeing value, your team's happy, and, you know, you've got that energy and that culture and that drive. There's literally nothing better than that.
So I know quite a few of the founders in the room, and the ones who'll be here tomorrow, and they are all very different and individual. I was a lawyer for 25 years, and I worked for founders, not just in tech companies, and unusually perhaps I worked for founders who had PLCs a couple of times. And there is a personality type. So if I was to look at me in Canonical or in my time as a lawyer for 25 years, I was very different from the way I am in running an organization and building it. And the personality type is one where there is more risk tolerance, drive, determination. Peter Zaitsev says to me to ask to be forgiven and not to worry about it up front. And that sort of personality where you're asking for forgiveness rather than worrying about what people think, you know, I think there's a kind of person that can be a founder, and there's a kind of person that can't. Now, I'm not saying that you can never learn to be one or an entrepreneur, but I think there are certain personality traits that you have to have if you are going to be successful as a founder. And I think perhaps too many people are founders now, and I know that's probably controversial, but you don't have to be a founder. There's no shame in working for an enterprise.
Yeah, I would actually, you know, my journey has been working for many enterprises, and I think either way is one you know, flipping back and forth is definitely a really great way to kind of view both sides of it. I'm now sort of more or less on my own than I was before, and it's there's this joy that you get when every time you make this change of having, you know, either having the safety of a large corporation or having a regular job. And, you know, I've actually, throughout my career, I've really enjoyed making that change, flipping it over and over and over again. Yeah.
Okay, so I think that's probably a good place for us to stop. My response would be, I think anyone can, through being exposed to certain scenarios, develop more of an entrepreneurial mindset. And I think we need more of that open, curious, inquisitive mindset, which exists within founders, but we need more of it within other sectors as well. We need more of it in government, we need more of it in big business, because something's got to change if we're going to get ourselves out of the climate mess that we're in, the financial mess that we're in, and all of the other problems that we're facing right now. So I agree with Amanda. I don't think being a founder is for everyone. But I do think through education, we can all be a little bit more entrepreneurial in our mindset. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think we should try to embrace that open UK, open mindset is where I think we should end. Can we show a round of applause for our panellists, please? And remember, the conversation doesn't have to stop here. Amanda, do you want to say a little bit what's now happening?
Please don't go. 5:30, Brian Bellingdorf is DJing. He says it won't be too loud and it'll be nice and ambient just outside there. And there's drinks and we can't hear him in here, so you can't be that noisy. And then we've got Circus Alba, who are performing in this area at 6:30. And then Dommy Top will be loud and noisy, and you can stay and listen to Loud and Noisy from 7. There's the tents out on the lawn. There's a magician upstairs on 4. Drinks will be wherever you find them. I don't exactly know where they are through the building. But please stay and enjoy the evening as well. And thank you all very much.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you.